Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Planning Commission of April 26, 2023. We'd like to call to order. And tomorrow, can I please have a roll call?
Chair Preston,
Here.
Vice Chair Lloyd, Commissioner Borders,
Here.
Commissioner DeChristopher, Commissioner Kilgore,
Here.
Commissioner Cron,
Here.
Commissioner Perry. Quorum's present.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lloyd, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Thank you. And I did want to make a statement. Agenda item number 6B, Blackstone Phase 2 has been pulled from the meeting, so we will not be discussing this at this time.
Madam Chair, if I might, it has been requested to be continued to date certain to the May 31st meeting
Thank you.
of the Planning Commission.
Okay. And this is in part for public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment and discuss on any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of this public body. We will be discussing specific items that are on the agenda during that time, and I would suggest you come up during that time. This is for things that are not agenda-sized for the most part. And when you come up, please sign in, and when you speak, please say your name and spell it for the clerk. In addition to that, you will have 3 minutes, and I did want to point out is that I have to watch the clock, and the clock is behind me. So if I'm looking behind you sometimes, it's not that I'm not listening to what you're saying or being rude. It's just that I can't see behind me, even though my kids think I do. So, Maxine?
Maxine Neitz, resident and homeowner in Carson City. First want to say thank you for getting rid of 1710, one of the worst pieces of legislation ever. Dear Commissioners, I'm speaking on behalf of Betsy Strasberg, who's got a laryngitis and can't speak, but she'll hold the pictures up. Where there is the green boundary around the development shown in the tentative map, we were shown a nice green boundary, and what we're getting is DG.
Could you please let us know what project that you're referring to?
Anderson Ranch. The retention basins are not green as seen in the photos. You can see them on the map. They're marked in green, but you can see the reality. Okay, they are full of silt, very deep with litter in the basins. The final map was only discussed with the planning department with no requirement to have a public meeting in spite of repeated requests. The north green boundary is non-existent. Instead, there will be dual fencing on the north boundary. In other words, their fences are going to be right up against our existing fences with proposed 15-foot high wall of evergreens shading the nearby houses, because that's the southern exposure for those houses, so the trees are going to block off the use of the backyards. There was no pest control as a site preparation condition. As more foundations and streets are completed, the voles and field mice migrated to existing homes, destroying properties. I did ask the developer if he would help me pay for the mouse bait that I had to buy, and he shined me on, because he has no money, obviously. Although grading was repeatedly discussed at the Board of Supervisors meeting since the condition of approval was done before a final FEMA review, the maximum grading height from street level was not explicitly mentioned, although we were told many times by the developer that they would be building at the existing field level. You can see from the pictures that the streets are now, the Mountain Street side, for instance, is now 3 to 4 feet above the street level. They're going to have to put the sidewalk down and put some kind of a barrier wall there to, to protect the soil from dumping itself down onto the sidewalk every time the wind blows or the rain comes down. In short, they've not held to anything they've told us or promised us. This is typical of the developers, and you'll be hearing from the same developer again tonight. As you're about to consider and vote on another development close by the same people, please keep these exhibits in mind. What is promised by the owner or developer never materializes. I urge this commission to ask what has changed from the prior submission of Anderson West to achieve an approval now. Thank you.
Thank you, Denny French, and I concur with the statements of the past speaker, Denny French, Carson City, Nevada Chair and Commission. I have a whole different tack of things right now. I'm considering the concerns of the insects. They can't speak for themselves. Also the birds and such. We don't take into account when we ask a developer to cover certain requirements like traffic or dust or noise. We don't ask them to please do not start your demolition or clearing during times that the flowers are in bloom and that the insects are going to be in the greatest need for them, because they hibernate some parts of the year, and some actually they travel to different areas for certain needs. And when they come to Carson and they don't find that same area, available to them, they have to look quite a bit to find other places to feed and such. Also, nesting times. When trees go down and shrubs go down and different things like that, the nesting can be disturbed, but they're not asked to consider that when they go to do their plowing things up. They're not said, okay, during this time of the year, it's not a good idea. And I would like to have that in the consideration deals, that they would at least consider trying to work around the habitat, existing fowl and insect life. If they're going to have to knock it down, do it when they're not there, or find a way not to disturb the nesting or the, I can't think of the word for transit when an animal moves to different areas. It's escaping my head and it's not on my notes. It's not hibernation, but it's when migration. There we go. Thank you very much for your patience. But I know that that's just a stretch, but we haven't been considering things like that. And I think we need to. We've already used up a lot of the areas that were used for our aquatics and our water and such. So, but please put it on your list of maybe considerations for construction. Thank you.
Bring this back. Looking to, have you reviewed the, Commissioners, have you reviewed the minutes for the March 29th meeting? Are there any corrections? Seeing none, I'd like to take a motion.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of the Wednesday, March 29th, 2023 meeting.
Okay, in a second. Second. Okay, second by Mr. Kilgore. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Passed. Okay. All right. Meeting item number 1, 6A, LU-2023-0110 for possible action and discussion, possible action regarding a request from Daniel and Sherry Gaunt, applicant for a special use permit to allow for the construction of a 694 square foot attached guest building on the property zone single-family 6,000 SF6 located at 3243 Cortez Street, assessor parcel number APN 009-575-02, and Heather Ferris, please.
Heather Ferris, Planning Manager for the record. The project is located at the northeast corner of Calico Street and Cortez Street in the Sky Ranch subdivision. The subject parcel is approximately 1/4 acre in size, and it and is zoned single-family 6,000. A guest building is a conditional use in the SF6 zoning. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to construct a guest building. The guest building is also subject to the requirements outlined in Division 1.4 of the Development Standards. As proposed, the guest building will be located at the north end of the existing residence. It's proposed to be attached. The guest building is proposed to be 694 square feet in size, and therefore it's not larger than 50% of the assessed floor area of the main residence, which is 1,750 square feet. The setbacks and height limitations are consistent with the SF6 zoning district, and adequate parking is being provided for the guest building in the northwest portion of the property. As proposed, the guest building will meet all requirements for Division 1.4, except for the requirement for one entry door being visible from the street frontage, which is a requirement of Division 1.4.7. So staff is recommending a condition of approval. That would be condition number 8, requiring the plans submitted for the building permit to demonstrate compliance with this requirement. So likely they would move the door, the main entrance door, to the north end of the guest building. A full analysis of how the guest building meets the requirements of Division 1.4 is included in the staff report. I'll point out for the benefit of the record that Division 1.4 allows guest buildings to be occupied by family members of the primary residence or other non-paying guests, and it prohibits renting the guest buildings. And we will be, per Division 1.4.2, requiring the applicant to record a deed restriction outlining these limitations on occupancy. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit upon making all 7 findings of fact in the affirmative. Staff has made all 7 findings and is recommending approval, subject to 8 conditions of approval, which are included in your staff report. We have received 3 written public comments regarding the project, and those have been provided to you as late material. Keith Schaefer is here representing the project, and I'm available for questions.
Does anyone in the commission have any questions? Because I do. Do you? Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record. Heather, can you just briefly go over the difference between an accessory dwelling unit and a guest building?
So Carson City does not allow for accessory dwelling units. They would typically be rented with some sort of zoning restrictions. We allow for guest buildings specifically for housing family members of the primary residence or non-paying guests. That's essentially the difference.
Thank you.
Heather, excuse me. What's the difference between what we're looking at and a duplex?
A duplex would be allowed to be rented.
Okay. Can you not build a duplex on a corner lot
With a special use permit, you could,
with a special use?
in the SF6 zoning.
Okay. If I didn't have another door, if I had just an inside door, and I came to the planning department with an expansion of my house, I wouldn't need a special use permit, would I?
With an expansion of the house, not necessarily. So as this is proposed to be a full living facility. So it would have a kitchen and a bathroom. If it didn't have a kitchen and it was an addition of another suite where you just had a bathroom and a bedroom, maybe a large bedroom with a sitting area, no, we would not consider that a guest building.
So if I was going to expand my house to put in a mother-in-law unit, that would have to be what we're doing right now as a,
That is what I would envision that to be, yes.
okay. On requirement number 6, I think this is, since this is an integral part of the main house, it would seem to me that we should say that the building size should not exceed 2,921 square feet. Because if we're saying that the building size is only 694, then you're always in the argument of where's the demarcation. It's essence one building.
How about we add guest in front of building, so the guest building size shall not exceed 694 square feet?
Yeah, but in reality, it's really just one. I don't have a problem with that, but in reality, it's really still just one building.
So the issue might be in the future if they did decide to come and add on another bedroom, for example, to the primary residence. I don't want this special use permit, which is specifically for the 690 square foot guest building. I don't want this special use permit to have to come back before you guys to get amended. Because the entire square footage of the building would then be changing square footage. So I'd like to keep it focused specifically on the square footage for the guest
Well,
building.
does that mean they have to put a firewall in there then?
I don't believe they do, but I'm not a
Well,
building
if
official.
we're gonna treat it like two buildings with a common wall, it would seem to me like there's two residences and two buildings with a common wall that that ought to be a firewall then.
I'm not a building official.
Okay.
I don't know.
It just seems like it's one building and it's 2,921 square feet to me. Okay, that's all I have.
If you could, Heather, some of the public comment we got had to talk about the building elevation and the extension of the roof line. Could you go to that photograph, please? Because one of the public comments was concerned that the roof line would be higher than what's existing out there, but the way I look at the drawings, that's not the case.
That's not the case, and we do have a condition of approval that's one of our standard conditions that says all development shall be substantially in accordance with the development plans approved with this application, except as otherwise modified in the conditions of approval. So if they came in, for example, with their final building plan submittal that was at 20 feet high, we'd be kicking it back and saying this is not consistent with what was approved.
Okay, all right. And then one of the other questions that we had in our packets was hours of operation. I can certainly appreciate not having somebody starting construction at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. So is there general rules within the city? I know there are subdivision rules because we talked about that last week about when construction should start. So how is that addressed?
So it is not addressed for additions, for just building permits for a single-family residence. If it's something that the commission feels, needs to be added for the commission to be able to make the findings, that's certainly a condition that we could add. But otherwise, we typically do not address building hours, construction hours.
Thank you.
And Heather, I have a question because this is really kind of confusing to me because I don't understand why this would not be just a remodeling permit. Is it because there's no access from the main house? And is it because it has a full kitchen rather than a galley kitchen that some people would do when they convert their garage or something like that?
So it's because there's a full kitchen and there's no access, no interior access. So it's full independent living facilities for, a family member or guests. It's not just an addition.
None. Mr. Schaefer, you're on.
Chairman Preston, members of the commission, Keith Schaefer with Resource Concepts, and we're helping Daniel and Sherry Gaunt with their little addition project that turned into a special use permit for us. And we understand the need for that in this particular zoning. We have reviewed the conditions of approval. The only question I have right now relative to what what Heather brought up was a deed restriction. I don't see that written in the conditions. Did I miss that in one of the conditions?
So it's not written in the conditions. It is a requirement of the code, and that's why it's not in the
Okay.
conditions of approval.
And that's fine. It's no problem. We understand that. Uh, I have with me Sherry Gaunt, who is the owner, and they've reviewed the comments and the questions from the neighbors, and they understand them. Their desire is to be good neighbors and to build this for your mother or your mother-in-law?
My mom.
Her mother, so that they can care for her in her old age. I just wanted to add that what we're going through here really doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's attached to the building. A guest building could be detached. And in Carson City's current code, in this particular zoning, that would require a special use permit. It's not that way in every zoning classification. If you were on an acre, you might not need to have a special use permit for a guest building of this size. So in this particular zoning, in this subdivision, that's required. And so we understand the conditions, and I think we can abide by them. I don't know if you have anything to add, Sherry?
Okay. Right. Now, this is the time for public comment. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Please. Bring that back to you, Mr. Borders. I'm sorry. Commissioner Lloyd is first. Yes, Commissioner Lloyd, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a question for Heather. So if there's a deed restriction on this and they 10, 20, 30 years down the road wanted to rent it out, could they then get that deed restriction removed by coming back to the Planning Commission and requesting a special use permit for a duplex?
Yes, depending on what the code is at the time.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Borders?
Can we go back to the floor plan? If we can't have the door coming out the front, where is the door gonna go?
We will put it on the left side of that drawing as you see it, which is the north side of the building. It will come into the same space of the building and
Okay,
it won't change.
over there somewhere?
Yeah, off the side of the house.
All right. And in the site map, it shows that we're gonna relocate the storage unit? Yeah,
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Is that the chicken coop?
No, that's a storage shed.
All right. Where's the chicken coop?
Yeah, where the addition is going to be or where the brown box is shown. That's
All
roughly
right.
where the chicken coop
Is the
is.
chicken coop going away then?
I don't
do
think
you
we
know?
need to condition it that way.
No,
not
I'm not,
necessarily,
I'm
but-
just, one of the comments we received was the chicken coop, and I'm just trying to
Sure.
understand it.
I don't know that there's any desire to eliminate the chicken coop, just relocate it in a place that's suitable.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, ask for public comment.
The only, hi, Doris Kay.
And can you spell your
And-
last name, please?
Huh?
Spell your last name.
Oh,
I guess the only thing I have to say is later
Let it
on, you know, when I was walking by the house and it's really noisy.
And you need to spell your last name.
Doris K. Henke. And the only thing I have to say is, you know, once you get this house built, and the guy might change next door and have a lot more noise going on in that big garage that someone let be built. Why not build that garage into a, switch the garage, make it a garage, the house, and then have the garage where they're building? Because if you're an older lady, you're gonna, that noise might get to people. And make sure, I heard that no rent, no, anyway, that's it.
All right. Okay, do I start over? Just push the button? All right, my name is Carol Rathjen, Rathjen. I am here to oppose the construction of a guest house on 3243 Cortez Street. This is being built for a relative, and there will be no rent charges allowed. However, if we allow one person to do this, others will build homes on their properties. How do you plan to monitor and control these apartments so that they do not become rentals? How many apartments do you plan to allow? What size will they be allowed to build on? And how many people would be allowed to occupy these? And where are all these people supposed to park? We bought our homes as single-dwelling homes. We have put a lot of money and sweat equity into maintaining our homes and neighborhood. This is not fair or right to change the zoning now. I feel this will bring the quality of our neighborhood as well as our property values down. California has encouraged this trend to accommodate affordable housing, and this has brought crime, parking problems, and noise, which were once nice neighborhoods. I feel we are setting ourselves up for the same problems. I also want to comment that I have had elderly parents that I had to take care of and bring into my home. So I understand her position, but I feel that these homes were zoned as single-home neighborhood houses when we bought them. And when we begin to let these people come in and build these apartments or guest houses, whatever you want to call them, there's no way we can monitor what is going to come down and control it. This is why I oppose the construction of a guest house on 3243 Cortez Street, and I ask that you seriously reconsider allowing this.
Any other further comment? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Both ladies brought up the concerns that I read through when I was reading the extra comments from the community. I was surprised about the chicken coop. They're not necessarily allowed where I live. And the deal for me is I have the same concerns as they do, and I was really sort of surprised that they didn't put in to just have a rental, if it would be allowed, with the suggestion that if the same size and such and the location was okay, that they could have picked to make it a rentable or not. I may have misunderstood, but I'm surprised that they didn't just go for that to start out with, whether they just charged her $1 a year type thing, you know. But as it is, I'm as concerned as they are for my own neighborhood situation, expanding into that type of deal, because the residents are close enough. I like having a bit of space, the noise factor and the activity and the extra parking. So that would be my concern on that. And the two that spoke have my understanding sympathies. And so I want you to consider that the contractors and the people are in good faith and that they're acting with consideration to their neighbors. But I don't know about the trending because I just don't understand where this is going to lead. And how do you monitor the rentals? The commissions and the supervisors have gone through this a lot, trying to figure out how to monitor once they allow something in, and that it will be taken advantage of. I won't use up my time, but I do appreciate your consideration on those things, and I appreciate both of the comments of the commissioners. They had questions that I would have asked, so I saved some time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Randy Bowling. I authored 2 of the letters that appeared in the public comment portion. The main concern I had on the first comment that I offered was the relocation of the chicken coop, which, as the the applicant stated, is within the current, the footprint of the current proposed building, I should say. And my only request is that if it's approved, that a condition be instituted that the chickens don't migrate towards our property. Number one. Number two in my letter was the hours of construction. Ordinarily, I never would have incorporated a comment like this, but when the neighbor next to me, which is immediately north of the subject property, built their garage. When they started construction on the weekends at 6 in the morning, I felt compelled that a reasonable consideration would be to limit the hours of operation, construction, I should say. And thirdly, the height. Here again, ordinarily I wouldn't have mentioned something like this until the neighbor to our west, which is immediately north of the subject property, built their garage, which is close to the 26-foot limit. And virtually if somebody new to the area sat in our backyard, would have no idea that the Sierra Nevada mountain range is to the west. So those are my only comments. I ask for your consideration of those. And if there's any other questions for clarification on my part, I'm happy to respond.
Any other public comment? Okay, I'd like to bring it back to staff, please.
Okay. So what I heard from Ms. Rathjen is concerns over controlling how many people are going to rent a unit, parking. Generally, how are we controlling renting out one of these units? So as I indicated, they're not allowed per code to be rented. They are deed restricted. If we were to receive, as we do, this is how we manage all of our special use permits. If we were to receive a complaint that something is being done outside of the limits of the special use permit, such as renting the unit, then we would have to investigate and determine whether or not something's been violated. If a condition's been violated, then we work with that person to come into compliance. And if we don't reach compliance, sometimes they end up back before this body for potential revocation of the special use permit. So that's how that process works. Parking is also addressed in Division 1.14 for every, or excuse me, 1.4 for guest buildings. For every bedroom, they have to have one off-street parking space provided. The number of people living in a home is not controlled by by the Planning Division. And I think that answers those concerns. The issue of the chicken coop. Title VII of the municipal code, which is enforced by animal control, does allow for a maximum of 4 female chickens or ducks to be kept in a residential zoning district that's less than 1 acre in size. So that's not something that planning would enforce, but it is enforced by animal control. If they have a large chicken coop that's a structure, then, you know, the accessory structure setbacks would be triggered. I think I addressed the issue of the height of the building, as well as considerations for times of construction. So if I missed something, let me know.
Commissioner Cron?
Heather, could you talk a little bit about the zoning? I just want to be sure that it's clear for everybody that this is not kind of a one-time thing. This is allowed within not only single family, but other types of residential zoning requirements. So this isn't something that's like we're surprising on anybody.
Right, so every zoning district has your allowed uses, your accessory uses, your conditional uses, and the conditional uses are things that require a special use permit. So they're a maybe. They might be okay in that zoning district in some cases and maybe not okay in other cases. So that's why it comes before the Planning Commission. So in this case, in the single-family 6,000 zoning district, a guest building might be okay. So it's here before you to determine whether or not they can meet the findings and we can approve a special use permit. In zoning districts where there are larger minimum lot sizes, oftentimes you have guest buildings that would be allowed as an accessory to the primary use without having to go through this process. So does that answer it? Okay.
Madam Chair, a couple of things. Number one, on the condition number 6, I accept Heather's proposal for making it a guest building. I don't like it, but I'll take it. And number 2 is we never asked the applicant if they accepted all 8 of these. And number 3, I'd also like to know if the applicant would be amenable to some sort of a time frame for construction as far as hours are concerned. You know, even if it's just exactly what we have for subdivisions, you know, just some reasonable time.
Keith, I'm sorry, Keith Schaefer. Yeah, I thought we had made mention that we had read all the conditions and we can abide by them, even the one that you want to modify to say guest building limited to that square footage. And talking with the owner, they were there when the neighbor built, and it was not a good condition when construction started at 6 a.m. on a weekend. And however, we would say that condition wouldn't be good to limit it to just weekday construction, because they might be doing some of this construction when they're able to do it off hours, but it certainly won't be early morning. So I don't know what timeframes you'd like to put on there, but if that's something that needs to be done as a condition that isn't already in city code, I tell all of my clients and all my contractors, now you can't construct anything before 7 a.m., but it's not in the code. So we would agree to a condition like that would give it some reasonable weekend hours.
All right, Heather, I think the general is 7 to 7 and then, 8 to 5 or 7 to 5?
So if you want to consider what the member of the public presented, it would be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Saturday and Sunday.
Keith Schaefer, the 6 PM on a weekday is probably a little early. 7 to 7 might work better.
Commissioner Lloyd?
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, I was going to make a similar statement, and I also would make the statement that on a weekend, I think especially if potentially the homeowner's doing some of the construction themselves, like limiting their time on a weekend may make a project go on far too long from experience. So I would say like a 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. even on a weekend, though some people might disagree with me.
Any further comments from the board? Okay. Schaefer, would you be, okay, at this point, we could talk about 7 to 7, basically 7 days a week. Is this what we're looking at?
I thought we were looking at 8 to 5 on the weekend.
So 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the weekend is what the member of the public, Mr. Bowling, had presented, but at the pleasure of the Planning Commission.
I'm going to propose 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday and Sunday.
Any further discussion of the board? No? Okay. Schaefer?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Okay. So Heather, can we go ahead and change that as the condition on limiting the hours of construction?
So if the Planning Commission wishes to add that in your motion, please include that as an additional condition.
Perfect. Okay. But that would be acceptable to you? Okay, great.
Yes.
All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. Would like someone like to make a motion? Okay.
I'll try. Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, I move to approve the LU 2023-010 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report with amendments to item number 6 to include guest between exceed and 694 square feet, and add a condition number 9 stating that hours of construction shall be between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Saturday and Sunday.
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes?
can we confirm that you said 2023-0110?
2023-0110.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All in
Still
favor?
second.
Yeah, okay.
Who
Vern still
seconded?
seconds.
Who
Okay.
seconded?
All in favor?
Vern.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And as we discussed previously, that item 6B has been pulled from the agenda and to be heard on date certain of May 31st, 2023. So I'd like to know, would we like to because our next agenda item does not start until 5 o'clock, do we have time for any kind of staff reports or anything like that prior to hearing 6.6C? Okay.
Can give the director's report, and I also have some materials have been submitted at the meeting for item 6C, which I'll distribute as soon as I'm done with the report, so you'll have a few minutes to look at those materials. For the next Planning Commission meeting, which is May 31st, You have 4 special use permits, 3 of them are at the airport. So because the airport is zone P, everything they do needs a special use permit. So the airport is looking to do a snow removal equipment storage building, a fuel storage facility for aviation fueling, and 3 aircraft storage hangars. Additionally, you'll have an application for a special use permit for an accessory dwelling over at Lookout Peak Drive, so another accessory dwelling unit. Or, I'm sorry, I guess I should call it a guest building. Also, we're going to do growth management on May 31st. So, we've lined up the water manager and the wastewater manager as we've been doing the last couple years, and getting the numbers updated for you, and getting the different input from the different departments. We also need to get ready for Title 18. Title 18, you need to have the public hearing by July. The mayor has told me I have to get through the planning commission by July. So I'm wondering, given it's a bit of a light agenda, if there would be an appetite to start early that day and maybe have a Title 18 workshop, Title 18 and development standards, kind of pick up where you left off at the retreat. It should incorporate everything that we've heard from the retreat, from the board in terms, and from you in terms of development standards, so that when we go into a public hearing, you're well acquainted with it, and we know that reflects the input of this commission. Is that something you'd be receptive to, and we could have Cecilia poll the commission? Yes.
What do you mean by early?
I'm thinking 2:00. So after lunch, and then we can get some sandwiches before you start the regular meeting.
Yeah, I think that would probably work for the most part. We'd have to just check with all the commissioners, but I do think that it's very important on that May 31st meeting that I would like to make a request that on the Carson org, that they actually put a thing out that says that this is the growth management meeting. This gives the people the opportunity to understand that what we find out on an annual basis from the staff and the staff reporting, so that when they come to these meetings, they will have, the same knowledge we do. And I think that's important.
I agree, and we've been getting calls, project-specific calls, that I think the comments are more aligned with growth management than a specific project. And I'm happy to get with Scott Newfer, who I see is here today, and kind of get him up to speed on growth management, so maybe he can get the community sort of more comprehensive information about what the Growth Management Commission will be looking at. So we will plan for May 31st to poll the commission to see if we can get quorum to meet early on Title 18. Then we'll go into growth management, and then we'll go into the regular meeting.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, is it possible in the growth management meeting to also have, and not to belabor long meetings and presentations, but to have some of the other questions that we've heard maybe over the last year? I think we've, talking about schools and students, and though we do receive that in paper form, is it possible to have some of that here, or at least the individuals here, so that the public can ask questions of those individuals at that meeting?
Okay, the school district was included in the information I sent out an email basically to various department heads in terms of what is the impact of growth on your level of service and your ability to provide services. And as this commission knows, you do get input from schools on traffic, water, sewer, fire, sheriff. And so certainly I can ask those department heads to be present, as well as the superintendent or his representative.
No, I think that would be very important. So then that way we know, what is here, and they hear the same information. And if we possibly have any of the information from the census, because the census information seemed to be something that had quite a bit of bearing too, and a lot of people aren't aware of what that report came out.
Right, and we use the census data, 2020 census data for household size to do the population projections.
And let's don't forget roads.
Yes, I'm aware, and I actually, at the department heads meeting, did remind everybody that this was coming up and asked them to really look at their memos carefully, be very deliberate in their messaging, because the commission does look really carefully at those memos to try to understand the impact of growth on services in Carson City.
Anything else the commissioners like to see?
Just one item that I did want to ask about. When we talk about water, we talk about volume. We already have the data available for water quality, but would it be acceptable to include that in our information?
I'm sorry, water quality or quantity?
Quality. We always talk quantity. Is there any, because
Definitely advise the
quality-
water manager that you're interested in a discussion on water quality as well and ask him to include that.
okay, thank you.
I think something else that would be helpful is that when we talk about the difference between residential and commercial and the 15,000 gallons and so forth, if there was some kind of a graph that would explain what the difference is on a commercial and what that displaces as far as single family or, some of these other different things, because it makes it a little bit more understandable for people to wrap their heads around.
Certainly, and we'll recall the city engineer in preparing the application for growth management included that formula. And so we can make sure that formula is included for you.
Good afternoon. I'm calling the Planning Commission for April 26, 2023 to order. And the first thing I'd like to do before we start anything is that I would like to reiterate the public comment, because I do know there's going to be quite a bit of public comment on this. And the Planning Commission will provide at least 2 public comment periods prior to adjournment. But this is what we're talking about, is on this, we are going to be hearing, let me back up a little bit. We are going to be hearing 6C tonight, and I think it's important to let you know is that everybody is limited to 3 minutes for public comment. And I do want to reiterate that the applicant is not limited to that, nor is staff, nor is the commission. The public, when they do comment, we will give them an opportunity to comment. We ask that everybody be polite to each other, be polite to the applicant, staff, commissioners, and the other people in the room. In addition to that, we ask that if you're going to reiterate the things, rather than continue to say the same things over, if you have a chance, you can just go ahead and say ditto. That way we all get home before 12, because we've had some meetings that have lasted quite long. And be aware that when you do public comment, we cannot respond to you, nor can, and after your public comment is all completed, staff will go ahead and answer the questions that came up during that time. When you do come up, please sign in, state your name, hit the green button, and please spell your last name, and the clerk can do it. So, that being said, let's go forward. Okay. We're here to hear 6C, SUB-2022-0374 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a request from Anderson Collard Ranch Enterprises, LLC, the applicant, for a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, Board, concerning a tentative subdivision map known as Anderson West to create 61 single-family residential lots on and a 50.33 acre remainder parcel with an existing residence on a plus minus 80.53 acre site, zone single family 1 acre, SF1A, and single family 12,000 acre feet, SF12, assessor parcel numbers APN 009-01220 and 009-01221. And turning it over to you, Heather. Thank you.
Good evening, Heather Manzo for the record. So Anderson Ranch West is what the applicant has identified this project to be. And it's about 80 acres in total size on the west side of Ormsby and to the north of Kings Canyon Road. As most of us will remember, the Planning Commission did consider this request on September 28th of 2022. And at that time, Planning Commission did forward a recommendation to the board to deny the request, noting several findings could not be made. This was heard by the board on November 3rd, and in between the Planning Commission and the board meetings, the applicant did make some changes to the design and provided some additional information to clarify how they were meeting code and to address access concerns that had been raised. So those were presented to the board on November 3rd. However, the board noted that they didn't really feel comfortable moving forward since Planning Commission had listed so many concerns at their meeting, making an interpretation for the commission on their behalf that everything had been addressed to the satisfaction of the commission. So at that meeting, the board did remand the application back to the Planning Commission, and we're before you today. So as kind of a recap and maybe an introduction to some of the newer commissioners that have come on since this was last heard, the subject site consists of 2 parcels with SF12 zoning on the most southern piece and SF1A on the northern portion. Based on the allowable density of the acreage calculations as shown on this slide, there's a maximum density allowed on the whole 80-acre site of 132 dwelling units. This request was made using 1710, the Common Open Space Development Standards, As we all know, the board did move to repeal that earlier this month, and so that code is no longer available to new applications. However, this application was submitted last year and does get to utilize 1710 as that was adopted at the time that their request had been made. So 1710 allows for reduced lot sizes, modified lot dimensions, and modified setbacks. The caveat to 1710 is that you can't increase the allowable density on the overall site. So 132 is what they start with, and 132 for the whole 80 acres is what they've got to finish with based on the 1710 standards if it were approved. The section also does allow for transfer of density from one parcel to another. And interestingly enough, it didn't actually require the parcels to be contiguous or adjacent to one another. However, in this case, the applicant did present a transfer of density from property that was directly abutting the site that they wish to develop. So because there was a request to borrow some of the density from the southern portion of the property to support the development of 61 units on the north piece, staff did recommend that the remainder parcel have a deed restriction limiting the number of dwelling units possible so that we would ensure that there wouldn't be a misslip in the future and that the maximum density as allowed by zoning would be adhered to at whatever time the remainder parcel may come in for development. The Planning Commission had noted in September that there were 3 findings that they were unable to make. Finding 6, which is the conformity with the zoning code and the master plan policies. Finding 8, which speaks to streets and highways, the impacts on existing and the need for future roadways to support the project. And then finding number 11, which really is about fire protection and the availability and accessibility for fire to, number 1, provide water, and number 2, to access property. What I wanted to do, because I've gotten a lot of questions from basically every resident that's called me has said, what has changed with this plan? So this is the previous plan. This is what Planning Commission saw in September of last year. And what I wanted to note is the main changes that the request is essentially the same. They're still requesting 61 dwelling units on that northern piece of the overall site. What they've done is provided, like I said, clarifications. And then the main change that you can see on paper is really about the access. So this previous design provided for 2 access points onto Ormsby to the east of the project. This directly conflicted or didn't really line up with the Ash Canyon subdivision site that's located to the east of this project and now has been approved. So what the applicant has done is removed the 2 roadways and realigned it to just have 1 access going onto Ormsby. And that access will tie in with the access that was approved by the Ash Canyon project to the east. So that really did address kind of, now we've gone from 4, different points of access onto Ormsby down to 2, Ash Canyon having 2, and this one tying in with one of those access points. The other change is that we've received clarifications to demonstrate compliance with the Common Open Space Development Standards. So I think it was mentioned at Planning Commission, it definitely was at the board, that there are detention basins that are identified in yellow on the bottom right and then also gray on the bottom left. Bottom left is yellow, bottom right is gray, and then there are some other detention areas within the project. It was noted that those shouldn't really count toward a common open space development. They don't really have any sort of common open space element that has a benefit to the public or to the community that's being proposed. What I wanted to note is that the acreage for the common open space does not include the detention basins. They were excluded. But what's interesting is when the applicant brought this forward before, they weren't included then either. So 3.89 acres are proposed in combination with the pocket park that is on the top left-hand side, which is just a small community park really intended to serve the residents there, as well as a multi-use pathway system. It's so there's a 30-foot wide buffer on the north, east, south, west and south sides of the property, as well as on the east side where there's going to be landscaping and sidewalks and such. But on the northwest and south side of the property, there's a multi-use pathway within a 30-foot wide buffer area. This is something that is proposed as part of the common open space development and would meet that requirement for providing common open space area. 1710 does allow for the calculation using rear yards. The applicant has never proposed that. They're not doing that today. They're meeting their common open space requirements by publicly accessible areas. So in terms of the overall plan, we have a very similar plan to what was presented before with the modifications to access and clarification on those items. The Kings Canyon Road, as well as the frontage along Ormsby, will all be required as part of the site improvement work to include half-street improvements. That'll include sidewalks, curb gutter, landscaping, and on the Kings Canyon area, it would require a separated trail network because of the grade at Kings Canyon itself. So those are all still part of the package. The applicant has identified a 9.46 acre private open space area within the remainder parcel. That is, we'll let the applicant kind of discuss the reasoning for doing that and kind of what the intent behind showing that on the plan is. However, I do want to note that the applicant was able to meet code without that piece and would still continue to do that even if the private open space were not being proposed at this time. Oops, sorry. So what I have included, and this is similar to the one that was presented to the Planning Commission, is there's a proposed trail connectivity that will tie in the Anderson Ranch project that's to the east of Ormsby and east of the site through this project, and we'll tie it in with the existing trail network to the southwest of the proposed project. So the multi-use trail network that surrounds this project will tie into the existing trail network and kind of complete that puzzle piece for this area. In addition to that, the project will provide for the Kings Canyon roadway improvements along the frontage there that will include pedestrian facilities that we don't have today. So to kind of address further findings 8 and 11, which have to do with roadways and access, these are the two areas that were really discussed during the Planning Commission and board meetings. So now there's the one access for the development onto Ormsby, and then on the bottom right-hand side is a circled area. And what that is Ormsby street frontage from the remainder parcel. So Commissioner Lloyd had kind of spearheaded the thought that, are we creating an issue for the remainder parcel that might not meet code in the future? And so what we've asked the applicant to do is demonstrate that the frontage that they have on the remainder parcel to Ormsby would be sufficient to provide secondary access. And this was reviewed by both Public Works as well as the fire department. And what the applicant has shown is that there's 95 linear feet of frontage on Ormsby. And Stephen can speak to it during discussion, but what Public Works generally is looking at is a 60-foot wide roadway. And so that 95 feet can accommodate secondary access should future development be proposed on that remainder parcel and at a later date. So those two elements address both findings 8 and 11. And so that really concludes my presentation in terms of items that I have for you. I did want to note that these changes don't completely 100% address all of the concerns that Planning Commission has shared in September. The applicant has done what they feel is necessary to really demonstrate that their project does meet code and is a project worthy of being approved. The applicant has responded to a board comment noting that no open space had been designated on the remainder parcel. Because that piece does not necessarily require staff, or it's not required to make the findings, and because staff really didn't see the added benefit, there aren't any conditions presented in the staff report that would require that private open space to be designated. The applicant can explain it to the Planning Commission, and you can take action on that element if you feel necessary. And then we did receive probably 10 public comments that were submitted through late materials to you guys. And I did kind of categorize those into engineering and planning items. So I'll turn it over to engineering after I'm done with my list. And if some of the public commenters speak to these items later, if it's the same thing, I might refer to my comments now. So in terms of comments that we received with the late materials, one of the comments was, if this project was denied, why are we seeing the same thing? And I want to note the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the board. The Planning Commission does not decide on tentative map applications. And so the Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation to deny the project, and the board hasn't taken action on this request. They sent it back to the Planning Commission before you tonight to review further information and make a further recommendation to the board. So the application has not been denied in totality. There was a note that gradual development should occur so that there's not a lot of work happening in the same area of town that would exceed the city's resources to serve. I did want to note, and Hope kind of mentioned earlier that next month we're going to be having our growth management meeting. Growth management is the mechanism that Carson City has adopted to help manage our growth in a way that is smart and will work for the city. So it's really about water resources. But there is a limit to the number of dwelling units that can get permitted on any given year. And if we hit that mark in 1 year, then we don't issue any more residential permits until the following year. So I just wanted to note that we do have a plan for gradual growth, and it has to do with growth management. It just so happens that, you know, there's few large parcels that are still vacant within Carson City, and some of them happen to be on the west side, and that's where development is kind of focusing at this point. The use of 1710 as intended. So what the comments were is that it didn't seem that the intent of 1710 was being met by the development. And so why approve it? And as I've noted before, and I will today, this request does meet the requirements of code. I do remember Commissioner S. Wine at the September meeting had noted, I think you read the purpose statement of 1710 into the record at that time. However, the standards that follow the purpose statement don't necessarily feed right back into that purpose statement. So this does meet 1710 as required and outlined in code. There was a comment noting that the zoning is SF1A on this particular piece, and that development should be conducted in alignment with that base zoning. So residents would like to see development of this land commensurate to the existing zoning rather than having smaller lots. Extensive construction hours. So code does have construction hours for subdivisions, and they do get carried into the conditions of approval that are before you this evening. If the Planning Commission were to feel that in order to make findings, there needs to be an adjustment to those hours, that's something that the commission can always make recommendation to the board on. There was a comment stating that the proposed development is out of character for the neighborhood. I think that kind of speaks to the previous comment about the SF1 zoning. There are multiple comments in the package that note that transfers of density should not be allowed. And then another comment noted that the proposal uses 17.10 to get something that helps the developer, but that there's no added benefit or reason for the city to approve it. And then finally, for the planning comments, that this request does not meet with the intent of 1710. So there was a bit of a repetitive theme in the comments, noting that they felt that this development doesn't really coalesce with the other with the character of the other neighbors within the area. And then in terms of engineering, I'll turn it over to Stephen now to kind of speak to engineering items that were mentioned, like traffic, flooding, the roadway condition, wetlands, dust control, and folks had mentioned they don't want to see streetlights with new development on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Stephen Pote with Development Engineering for the record. So yeah, Heather already touched on the connection to the remainder parcel, the ability to connect to North Ormsby. Just wanted to point out that the 60 foot that's needed that she mentioned, that's for a collector. So if only a local street was needed, it would only need to be 50 feet on there. Also on that single point of access, in addition to that lining up with the Ash Canyon subdivision that's across the street, the traffic impact study was also updated to account for that single point of access. And that does meet the required levels of service. One of the comments that came up in the written public comment was the cumulative impacts of the subdivisions in this area. The impact reports that have been submitted do take into account the entitled developments, so those are taken into account. Along that same vein, there's concern about construction and having construction occurring at the same time on multiple projects. So in terms of where construction is, traffic is allowed to go for the grading operations, if they have hauling off or onto the site, they are required to get a haul route approved by the city. And also, it's worth noting that this site is on a collector roadway, so traffic will be able to take collectors to and from the site. They won't need to go through local streets. Also, traffic through school zones. The traffic impact study did take traffic counts during school while school is in session so that they could take into account the traffic from schools, because that does have a significant impact. There were concerns about traffic impacts to Longview, which is to the west. The traffic impact study did not speak directly to traffic impacts to the west because the trip distributions anticipated to the west would be negligible compared to the distributions going north, south, and east. That doesn't mean there's not going to be any traffic going that direction. There certainly will. It's just compared to the other volumes, it would be negligible. Concerns about pedestrians and cyclists. The proposal does include a bike lane on North Ormsby as well as a sidewalk. And then Heather mentioned the multi-use path. There were concerns about the condition of Ash Canyon Road, which if you take North Ormsby north, that is the road that's going east-west up there. The city's roadway pavement classification is available online. Between Ormsby and Winnie, the pavement condition is actually satisfactory. And that is the section of pavement similar to what I just discussed with Longview. That's where we would anticipate the bulk of traffic to be traveling. So, and then also in addition to that, there's a condition for a pro rata share for the eventual extension of North Ormsby Boulevard, which would further limit traffic going west. Heather mentioned the pace of growth. That's handled by growth management on a citywide scale, as well as the impact reports look at impacts from entitled projects. This project is impacted by FEMA flood zones. Currently, the CLOMAR for this project has been reviewed by the city, and we've approved that, and that has been submitted to FEMA. So FEMA is currently reviewing that. And there was a wetland delineation study done for the subject site, and there's no wetlands in the development area. And then dust control was a topic that was of great concern because of the project, the Anderson Ranch, the east side. As you know, I think most of the commissioners know there was significant issues with dust with the construction of that site. The same regulations that control that site would be in effect on this, which is just Carson City Municipal Code as well as state regulations. The developer is required to keep the dust under control typically that just requires watering things down. But if there's high winds and issues with keeping the dust down, they'll be required to use a palliative or something of that nature. It's also worth noting that some of the residents, when a palliative was used on that other site, did get overspray. So if we get to that point and it's necessary, we'll be reminding the developer to make sure they're cautious and aren't applying that in a way that will cause it to overspray into other areas where it's not being treated. And finally, for streetlights, that is handled by our development standards. So that's just spelled out in the development standards.
And then Chair Preston, the applicant is present and has a presentation for the Planning Commission if you wish.
Good afternoon, evening. My name is Mark Forsberg. I'm an attorney in Carson City. I represent the family, and I'm here to speak on their behalf. This property, just to give you a brief history, has been owned by the Anderson family since the 1870s. The ranch house on the property, which you see kind of at the lower center of the photo that you're looking at, still stands today, built in 1876, and the little line of trees going to the east is the lane that leads up to the ranch house, which has been maintained in pristine condition throughout. It's in fabulous condition and almost exactly as it was at the time. Just up to the right there's some barns that are also on the property. They're not historic in nature today, but they are within the site that the family intends to deed restrict as open space in perpetuity if this application is approved, as we hope it will be. Also, I think it's an interesting graphic. This photo is looking north from a vantage point on Sea Hill. And as you can see, the ranch itself has been today entirely surrounded by existing development. There are houses on all sides of it except the side that borders King, to the east, the north, and the west. And gradually it's just been hemmed in by other development, as you can see over the years. The parcel that's to be developed is just upward on the photo that you're looking at. At the current time, there's no plans to develop the remainder 50-acre parcel. It's not for sale at this time. It's not being, there's no plans being developed. We did create some images to try to show how we could route traffic through there for the fire issues mainly, so we did that. The one of the things, Kim Anderson was the surviving direct descendant of the original owners. She passed away last fall. One of her visions, knowing that the ranch couldn't exist in its current condition forever, was to make sure that the plans for it included what she called the Capital to Crest Trail. That was her dream, because that's what she used to do as a little girl when she lived summers on the ranch. She would go up in the hills, and she wanted to make sure that that access was preserved. So part of her dream for the development in the future was to preserve that, and that's taken place with the trails that are being provided. You can now leave the Mountain Street trailhead and and when this is these trails are built on this development, you'll be able to reach up into Kings Canyon and also all the way over to Ash Canyon, and through those trails access actually the Tahoe Rim Trail. So that was her dream, and we're hoping that that'll come into fruition. So I want to talk to you, just, I don't want to lecture you or anything like that, but I think it's important to understand the genesis of this idea and the ordinance that we relied on, 1710. And it's become extremely controversial. It's been around for many years, and it's been used frequently. In fact, the Anderson Ranch East project was, came in under 1710, and Ashland Park also came in under 1710. And interestingly, our item at the Planning Commission where we were not recommended for approval, the very next item was Ashland Park, another 1710 project, and it was approved. So it's not like, and there was no real objection to it. That project, Ashland Park, had greater density. It had less open space proportionally than our project. It had the same issues with street access. And basically all the other problems that have been noted or concerns that have been noted about Anderson Ranch West. And in fact, because Ashland Park ended up being approved before our project, we had to change it because we now had to change access points and other aspects of the project because of a pre-existing approved development. And had it been flipped around, I think the situation would have been reversed. So I bring these things up because I think that if you're coming in under a particular ordinance, the project should be treated the same. They should be given the same deference that you gave one project under the statute, under the ordinance, should be also given to another. And so when you've approved a project that is inferior in terms of meeting the code requirements, I think it creates a problem if you don't approve another project that is more compliant or gives you even more things, more open space than the code requires. And I think table 1 that's on page 12 of 13 of the staff report shows graphically the excess and the additional effort we put into getting more open space far beyond what 1710 actually requires. So Ms. Manzo mentioned that she'd leave it to us to discuss the preservation of the historic ranch house. One of the issues and concerns that came up at the previous Planning Commission meeting was this, I think, what's a dichotomy between the purpose statement of 1710 and what the ordinance actually then goes on to require. And so the general ideas in the purpose statement, as Heather mentioned, don't actually get borne out by the specifics of it. But one of the things in the purpose statement was the preservation of open space and the preservation of historical or cultural resources. So the concept that Kim and Dennis had was to go ahead and create about a 10-acre parcel in the 50-acre parcel that's not being developed, and you're seeing the historic ranch there and the location of it on the screen, as a historical and cultural resource for Carson City. It's not public any more than the streets on the blue line or the homes on the blue line are public for everybody to go in and view, but clearly they're a cultural resource, and that's what they hope that this will be, and that it'll be recognized as such, as a way of satisfying the purpose of 1710, even though we don't have to do that, as Heather pointed out, to meet the requirements. So I also, just historically speaking, when this application came before you in September, last September, it met the requirements of the code then. It had the approval of the fire department, the school district. All the steps that were necessary to be taken had been taken, and all the code requirements had been met. And so once you get to that point and you have done what the code requires, then I think a recommendation for approval is in order. Again, I want to point out that what we're developing here is a 30-acre parcel, or what we're proposing to develop here is a 30-acre parcel, and the remaining 50 acres are not scheduled or planned for development at this time. However, at some point in the future, if a different owner owns the property or the family decides that it wishes to develop that portion, it'll come back to you. It'll come back here for your consideration again. 1710 won't exist at that time. It'll be a normal, which you consider a regular PUD, which has open space requirements and rewards the developer for that open space with smaller lots. So at some point in the future, this will come before you again. You're not, I think that the Planning Commission in September felt like it was, that the future development was a mystery, that they weren't willing to approve in advance because they didn't know what was going to happen. But you will have control over it. You may not know today, but you will have a control. And the last thing I wanted to mention to you is that, historically speaking, the Anderson family was interested in preserving the entire ranch as open space. And in 2010 and before that, they approached the city. The city has a mechanism in place to acquire open space, and the citizens have approved a tax increment to do that. And the city's done a fabulous job, I think, in preserving open space all around the city for the citizens using that money. But when the Andersons came forward wanting to sell the ranch to the city turned them down. They weren't interested. I don't know whether they're, well, you know, how much is anybody asking for their property? The city has to pay fair market value for property. So, but it wasn't in the budget or whatever it was. It doesn't mean that the Andersons weren't interested in doing that. So now, many years have gone by, more development has occurred all around the ranch. It's become more and more difficult to have a ranch in the middle of a populated city. People complain about tumbleweeds and dust and all kinds of things when you have a ranch. So, you know, inevitably, we're following the code, we're following the zoning, we're doing what is actually permitted. And when we came before you before, and when we come before you tonight, it's been our goal to meet every requirement of the code, every single one, and we've done that. And so, Mr. Snellgrove here is going to give you more details about the development itself, but I wanted you to understand the philosophical viewpoint that the family has and what I think is gives merit to this project. Thanks.
For the record, Dave Snellgrove, I'm planning and right-of-way manager at CFA, working with Loomis Engineering on behalf of the Collards on this property, or the Anderson family. With me in the audience tonight is Brian Moon. He's a civil engineer working on the project. He can answer any engineering questions you have. We also have Lauren Chilson, who's with Headway Transportation. He can answer any traffic questions that you might have, much better so than I can. I'm appreciative to be back before you. I'm appreciative to the Board of Supervisors for remanding us back to you. We had made some changes to the plan, and I know that you may look at it and say, well, it doesn't look like it's substantially changed. No, it hasn't, and part of what was identified clearly at the Planning Commission meeting in September was that there were 3 specific findings that you were having trouble making. And those were findings 6, 8, and 11. So my intention is to go through very briefly with the project tonight, not recover a lot of things that Heather already did a great job in covering, but then to go through 6, 8, and 11 in specific. So the overall project is up here on the screen. The only portion that we have proposed for development is the 61 acres or 61 lots to the north. That's on 29.7 acres. There were some calls that went into Meg Collard from some adjacent residents over on Comstock Circle that there were concerns, and there was a perception that there was a development plan on the southern 50.33 acre parcel south of Ash Canyon. That, I want to be very clear, that is not proposed as any part of this. Now, we do have the 9.46 acre area that Mr. Forsberg covered, and some of the reasons behind that in terms of some of the cultural resources. That was one area when we look back at your comments that we said, okay, let's look at the purpose statement. We felt that we met the open space component, and that can be provided in either common open space or private open space. But the cultural resources was another component that we did feel that we could help address to bring this to where you can look at it and say, yeah, they are meeting the intent of this and they are meeting the legal findings. So I'll go through finding 6, 8, and 11. Finding 6 will be my first one. The purpose statement on this reads, the purpose of this chapter is to set forth regulations to permit variation of lot sizes, including density transfer, cluster subdivisions, in order to preserve or provide open space, protect natural, cultural, and scenic resources, achieve a more efficient use of land, minimize road building, and encourage stable, cohesive neighborhoods offering a mix of housing types. So we feel that providing the open space, we have provided that, and I'll go through that in more detail. And then also the cultural resources, we felt that we met. Another part of that is that by going to a more compact lot size, you don't have to have as many lineal feet or miles of road to serve each lot. If we were to go with 1 acre lots and still provide 61 of them, we would have more lineal footage of road, which would end up being on the government's responsibility, ultimately being private streets to maintain in perpetuity. So going with the smaller lot pattern means less lineal footage of road per lot. So we do feel that we meet that aspect of this as well. In terms of, and Mr. Forsberg covered this in brief, this is a graphic that shows where the Mountain Street trailhead is over on the left-hand side of the photo and where the Quill Ranch area is. You've got trail systems in the Anderson Ranch project that are shown in yellow there by the Mountain Street trailhead, and then the blue trails, and these are separated from the road. The one coming down Ormsby would actually be a sidewalk, but on the north, south, and western sides, those would be pedestrian paths that are separated from the roadway. You can find pedestrian pathways all the way to public lands, which the closest public land is at the Quill Ranch. This is from the Carson City trail system. This is off of the website, and this shows the trails. You can see the trails to the west of us, the subdivision of the west. This one doesn't show the trails on the Anderson Ranch site yet, but I'll put those in and show where the connectivity ends up being made. So there is the Anderson Ranch project, and there's the Mountain Street Trail, and then we have the Anderson Ranch West. What you can see in going from just the Anderson Ranch project, that you've got kind of a hole in connectivity. This project does provide that linkage through separated pedestrian trails that connect over and get you to the Quill Ranch, but you can also go up to what has been a long-term vision of the owners of the property, and being able to continue to get up into the mountains. And you can do that by heading to the south and getting onto trails that are publicly accessible currently. And we provide about a mile of additional length to trails by connecting the Mountain Street Trail to existing trails within the community. Go forward. So this just highlights where the 9.46 acres is. This was a late 1800s ranch house that was built. We showed some photos of that and the location of that. The intention of that was to get to the cultural resources element of the purpose, to try and make sure that we were addressing those, not only in our eyes, but in your eyes. In terms of the requirements, and staff mentioned this, and there's a little bit of a disconnect when you go from what the purpose statement is to what the actual requirements are under 1710. But what we're working with is a requirement minimum of 250 square feet of open space per dwelling. This may include private open space and or common open space. So private open space is like what we're proposing at the ranch house area, the 9.46 acres. Private open space is also considered to be rear yard areas that are greater than 15 feet in width. We have not included, as Heather mentioned, I pointed that out, we didn't include them before, we haven't included them now. We'd easily be over another 100,000 square feet if we were to include them, but we're far in excess of what the minimum code requirements are. Additionally, one of the requirements is of that 250 square feet, at least 100 square feet has to be provided for recreation purposes. So we do have a park area that also exceeds the minimum requirement of code. So this goes through, there's a lot of words on this page, but what I want to point out is that the requirement for common open, or for the open space, that 250 square feet per lot, and this includes the 61 lots in the proposed subdivision, and it also includes the ranch house and the 50.3 acre property, that's considered to be another lot. So we're really considering that there's 62 lots with the addition of the ranch house. That comes out to 15,500 square feet is what the code requires for open space, private and public. We have 156,000 plus square feet in the common open space. That does not include any of the detention areas. That does not include any rear yards. That ends up being 12% of the site that's just provided in what we have around the perimeter trail system. Then that's 10 times what the code requirement is. If you go down to the middle portion there that talks about the recreation area, and I have a little star by it and I show where the park area is, the minimum requirement for that at 62 lots is 6,200 square feet. We're providing over 12,800 square feet. So we're over 2 times what the code requirement is. The cumulative amount is 3.89 acres that's in common open space or recreation area, and that equates to 13.1% of this 29.7 acre site. That doesn't include the 9.46 acres. You add that in, or if you added in the rear yards, we're substantially higher, and we're probably up and over what some of the PUD requirements would end up being. And I know that came up as discussion and some comparison at your joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors. So just highlight those 2 areas and that. This shows the old layout, and when we came in, the Ash Canyon subdivision, which is to the east of us, that was on the agenda. It was actually supposed to go before us. It ended up going behind us. And I get it, and I understand the confusion, and you were looking at things that night and going, well, we see this one subdivision, it's got 2 accesses, and we see this other subdivision, it's got 2 accesses. There was some confusion with that. We went back and we did work on that. We've consolidated into one access point out onto North Ormsby, and that aligns with the southern access of Ash Canyon. Ash Canyon subdivision has been approved, so we needed to end up conforming to that. One of the benefits that I feel comes out of it, because there were some comments from the neighbors, and I think that there was also some consideration given to this by this board, is that the straight streets that we had and the connectivity on our north and south, east and west streets there, that not having any curvature or turns in it could lead to some speeding, and there was some concern about that. With the alignment that we have now, if you look at the image on the right-hand side of the page, with the one access, in order to come into the subdivision, you would actually have to make 2 turns in order to head to the east. So hopefully this will provide some traffic calming as well. I feel that it works out better by having to go through this. I do know that came up as a concern from some of the neighbors, and I think a lot of them lived over off to the west side of us. Heather hit on the connection point. There was a concern that was brought up, and Commissioner Lloyd, I believe you had a big concern about this, and how do we end up serving in the future any development that may occur on the south, on the southern 50.33 acres. We went back, took a look at it. We didn't have good images and information for you regarding that, so we went back. We have 95 plus feet there. Staff has identified very clearly that that is sufficient to provide a 60-foot street. It could be an emergency gated access, or it could be an open street, but that's for if and when there ever is a development there, and that would get determined in the future. Right now, there is an access there, and that not only serves the lane that goes down to the ranch house, but that also serves a sewer line easement that runs south of Ash Canyon Creek. And that's what that gate is there for. It's to provide the access to both of those uses. One is a city use, one is a private use. So this image is a little fuzzier than the one that Heather had in her thing, but it does show the 95 feet there. So we do feel that the project benefits really amount to, and I didn't get into a big coverage of this, but this was in here before, improve stormwater runoff and collection systems through the detention basins and how we're directing the flow. We do have improved vehicular and pedestrian access through what is currently an inaccessible subject property. This whole 80-plus acre site is currently an operating ranch, and it doesn't allow any access through it. We will have access north of Ash Canyon Creek, and that's a really good dividing line in terms of the southern area remaining as an operating ranch, because there is watering of the livestock that does go on out of that creek. And then north of that, you get into the proposed subdivision. We also have improved pedestrian access through the regional trail connections to the Mountain Street. What'd I do? There we go. There we go. Connection to the Mountain Street Trailhead up to Quill Ranch, and also to other public lands and trails. So we do believe that we've met the concerns that were addressed when we were here in September. At that meeting, we felt that we met all the conditions previously, but we've gone back and made some modifications to this. We hope that you agree with us. Staff is recommending approval of the project. They believe that we meet the code requirements and we meet the legal findings. And if Mark has any other comments, I'll turn it back over to him. Do you have anything else to add?
I just had one thing to mention. The Clomer came up, and that's a conditional letter of map revision that you have to prepare an engineering hydrology study of the flood plains and flood issues in the area. So we've undertaken that. It's a very expensive and long and difficult process to do that. And one of the things that was revealed by the study was that some portions that we're showing on this property in the floodplain are actually not in the floodplain. With more modern modeling tools, they could determine that. But in any event, we have created a drainage that does not detrimentally affect other properties. That's a FEMA requirement. The city is actually the applicant for the conditional letter of map revision to change what the floodplain maps show. And so the city has approved the study and our plans for that too. And it's now off being examined by FEMA, but we do expect approval. Again, it's a condition of approval for this project anyway. So we have to satisfy those requirements. The last thing I wanted to say is just to get back to 1710. I was looking up some of the history of it, and I found an old Board of Supervisors meeting where this was a topic of discussion, and one of the supervisors was the late Brad Bunkowski, and his comment about 1710 was, it's the law the city enacted, and people have a right to rely on it. So I think that's a good philosophy for how to look at 1710 at this time. That's all I have. Thank you. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them, now or later.
I think I'm going to turn this over to the commissioners. Okay. This is more for Heather. Do we ask them if they agree to the conditions without us discussing any further conditions or any questions that we have? This is a little confusing for me sometimes.
Yeah, I believe that our process is to ask the applicant if they have read and agreed to the conditions in the staff report.
Yes, we do agree with the conditions. I did note to Heather, there's a comment in one of the conditions that a couple of the streets need to be widened from 43 feet to 50. Well, we already did that in some of the changes. Not tremendously noticeable on the plans, but that was widened out. I talked to Stephen today. There are a couple traffic conditions that we went back and did an additional traffic study to try and meet the concerns and questions that were there. So I don't think that those will be required. It doesn't hurt that they're in there if we've already met them. So, sorry, long answer to yes, we do agree with the conditions.
Okay, I'd like to turn it over to the commissioners. Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, the first question I have is for Stephen. Looking at the future traffic table in the traffic study, on item 3, so it's essentially the project intersection with Ormsby. So right now it shows as B for both AM and PM, like level of service. Just to better understand what the city does, like 30 years down the road, what would the city do if that intersection became like a D or F level of service?
Stephen Potea, Development Engineering for the record. So it kind of depends on two things. One is if there's development in the area that's impacting that intersection, then they might have mitigations to an intersection. Or if it was just the city, we would look at prioritizing it based on other intersections. That intersection in particular, we do have a lot of side street intersections that when they're failing, they don't necessarily have a mitigation that they can be applied. Pretty much a traffic signal is your next best thing. Sometimes it makes sense to do a roundabout, less often, but as you can imagine, if you have a low volume coming off of a side street, it doesn't necessarily make sense to put in a traffic signal every time that happens. So,
Thank you for that response.
I'm
I
sorry.
have 2 more questions. The next statement I want to make is I appreciate that you, for the applicant, that you did address the emergency and in the case of my concern, wildfire egress for the project, a potential future project onto Ormsby. I'm just going to note on the record that I would like to see that not locked, because if it's locked, people can't get out. So just want that on the record. Fire department can get in, but that doesn't mean people can get out. And then number 2, on the fencing, that it would be used for the northwest and south of the project that would border these walking paths. I know that we're not at the point to see what that material would be made out of, but I just want to state on the record that it would be nice for it not to just be like a tunnel where it's fencing on one side, solid fencing on one side, solid fencing on another, and a path in between that can kind of get not safe, not necessarily by other people, but even like if there's a mountain lion or something and you're walking and you're trying to get away from that animal, you have really no sense of security to be able to get around that. So it's not necessarily a question, but more of just an addressing that in a future design if this project is approved.
Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Is it possible to go back to that trail map? I'm interested in that connection along Kings Canyon.
Oh, I think it's farther up. Let's see. This one, or
A
there
little
was
more
another
zoomed in.
one.
Yeah, a little more zoomed in if you can get there.
It's that one.
That one,
Okay.
yes. Nope, one more.
And I think that it may have been in one that Heather showed that talked about
Oh.
the Kings Canyon. And I will point out, I think I can use the little pointer here. I had it come up earlier. How'd I do that?
I will
There we
point
go.
out, it's on page C6 of the plan set. If you
Yeah.
want to consult your plan
Down
set, you
along,
can see it.
down along Kings Canyon, there is a requirement that we put in pedestrian access through there. Now, one of the things we had some concern about this, and I'll be honest, because this doesn't really have a rational connection to what the development area is. It would be very unlikely that anyone from this subdivision on a regular basis would use that part of a trail. However, that portion there does provide a linkage to existing residents here and safe routes to school, which your school is right here. So that was something that we kind of came to terms with. It's because we're including the whole 80.03 acre property, it is technically a part of the overall project. And that's why staff needed to include it on us. But that ends up being a code requirement to make the frontage improvements along that section.
No, and I appreciate that explanation. If that's why Heather's was much better in this discussion. But you're making a connection from the Mountain Street trailhead across not only the Anderson Ranch property, but this particular property. And there it is. That's what I'm looking for, right there in that corner. Do you see that connection right there? Okay. That connection doesn't exist. If you go down to the Kings Canyon,
Right.
if you go down to the Kings Canyon one, it doesn't connect over to the Long Ranch Estates trail system. The trail stops and you end up in the dirt. So I'm asking for, if we're going to put that path in, which I think which I really support, putting that path in along Kings Canyon, I really think it does need to connect into the Long Ranch Estates pathway system, so you can again continue some of that. Because if it is in the school's master plan, I guess the expectation would be is that the kids in that development would be able to walk on a paved surface all the way to the school. By not connecting it and leaving it dirt, you've got that particular, in my opinion, disconnect between the trail system and the connectivity.
So I guess my response to that is that the students that are going to be going to the school along Kings Canyon are coming from another development, not ours. They're coming from the developments to the west and going down either to the middle school or to the elementary school further down King. So that's just an observation.
If I may, Commissioner Cron, Heather Manzo for the record. So condition number 32, the last sentence of that condition, and that one really speaks to the connectivity of the multi-use pathway system. It says the pathway will be constructed from the Long Ranch pathway system on the northeast corner of that parcel to North Ormsby Boulevard through the project. So I believe condition number 32 does address that concern. And because that property is owned by the city, it's not like we've got a third party that they'd have to coordinate with.
No, Heather, I agree with you. I think that covers the connection from the Mountain Street trailhead to the Long Ranch Estates open space. I'm talking about the connection down along Kings Canyon. I don't think that's addressed.
And I think there is an intervening piece of property between the Anderson Ranch property and the end of the trail that's along Kings Canyon that's kind of separated from the right-of-way, correct? It's and it allows into the trails that's in that development. But I think there's an intervening piece of property between this project and that project. So I'm not sure who's in there, or, I mean, if it's city property, I don't know, we'll have to get permission to be on it, or from some private owner. I don't know, we never considered that.
Mark, are you talking about this portion right here to connect over? Because there is nothing, the code requires that we provide the street improvements adjacent to the property and the property stocks. And what Mr. Forsberg's talking about is that little stretch to get over to the purple dashed lines there. There is a section that doesn't get connected as part of that code requirement.
Right. And I think it should, as a part of the overall development. That's what I'm saying. And then one more thing, different topic. This has to do with, if Heather could probably answer this for me, is that based on the current zoning, which is single family of the upper parcel, we're talking single family 1 acre, correct, Heather?
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
And based on that zoning, what would be the projected amount of lots that would go in there without the transfer happening up there?
Because the site is 29.7 acres, then the density would be 29 units.
So you'd have 29 units. So we're moving, basically, I'm trying to do some quick math here, but it's 29 units and going up to 61, correct?
Correct. So it's 32
basically
units
doubling.
are coming from the
That's
southern
basically
portion.
doubling the density up there. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
And concurrently reducing the density on the other portion.
Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation today. That's a little more clear tonight than it was back a few months ago. And I'm gonna, one of my focuses then was on finding number 6. So if we could pull up the one that shows the parcel for the ranch, the 9 or 10 acre parcel for the ranch, there we go. So do I understand what you were saying there correctly? That 9 acre parcel, which has within it the old original historic ranch site, that if this is approved, you're willing to agree that that would have a permanent deed restriction to preserve that cultural, and historic resource there in perpetuity, such that it can never be developed?
That's right. I don't know that we can promise that the ranch house would be preserved in perpetuity just because nature may take its course and a person that later owns the property may not maintain it or whatever. But yes, this is the proposal.
And I understand that regarding the ranch house, but
yes.
I think it's important that you're saying that that will remain open space forever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If I may, Commissioner Perry, the applicant had presented us with a proposal to place a deed restriction on the property through a conservation easement type scenario. However, the terms that were provided to us were basically, we evaluated it on, is there a cultural or historical benefit to providing a deed or requiring the applicant to provide a deed restriction with that ranch house. And staff didn't feel that there was the added benefit. So I hear the applicant is offering up a deed restriction on the property, and there's nothing wrong with that. We just have not worked out terms that would be approved by the city at this point for any restriction that may be placed. So it would be placed on a map or through a document, but there aren't any terms that the city has placed on that.
So that's not in one of the 32 requirements right now?
That's correct.
If I
That
may
is
expand
something-
on that a little bit. This did come in as a conservation easement around the ranch house. And I talked to Mr. Forsberg quite a bit about that. And typically when you look at a conservation easement, you look at the conservation value of the land. And the conservation value of the land could be trees, it could be a meadow, it could be a cultural resource. And the conversation was, what are those resources that we're conserving or protecting? What is that conservation value of the land? And then based on that conservation value of the land, what is the identified development potential of this area that you typically would call that out in a conservation easement as well. And in that discussion, I think we both concluded this really wasn't a conservation easement, and it was really private open space along the ranch. And so with that, I now hear it's a deed restricted open space. So I think your questions are well put, but just to kind of elaborate on what Heather Manzo explained, staff did not anticipate restrictions in this area. We did not understand that there was an offer to restrict development in this area. And so the staff report doesn't acknowledge any of that because we didn't know that was on the table. So if you're looking at this, I think it's 9.46 acres or something, and at this open space, after we receive public comment and you're deliberating among yourselves, I think it would be good to better identify exactly what your understanding is of this land based on the representation of the applicant.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, because in item 6, it says preserving open space, protections of natural, cultural, and scenic resources. That is a finding, so I think it is significant. in this, so we can come back to that later if we choose to.
I think so, because in the conversation I had, it's probably at least a month ago now, looking at Mark and he's smiling, so I think it was about a month ago. I took a textbook approach to this. What is the conservation value of this land? Based on the conservation value of the land, what is it you're preserving? What is the development potential of the land? Based on that, you look at your development potential to make sure it's not going to compromise the conservation value of the land. So you kind of putting that puzzle together, and we didn't get that puzzle put together. We didn't have the pieces.
But if I may I be recognized? I'm sorry. The reason that the idea bubbled up in the minds of the Collards, the owners, is that the issue seemed to be whether this was honoring the purpose statement of 1710. And when we read the purpose statement and understood how the Planning Commission felt about it at the time, we felt that this was a proposal, an offer that they were willing to make to help honor the purpose of the ordinance, the purpose statement of the ordinance.
Okay, I have some questions. And my question again is on this private open space. This is kind of it's always kind of a red herring type of thing, because the 1710 allows you to use the open space in the property that is in the northern piece. What you're offering is, in addition to, which is not a requirement, the private open space of the ranch. Is that what you're saying? Because it's just like you're saying, okay, that 1710, you felt that you met the open space requirements in that northern parcel, but the private open space that is in the southern parcel is something you've added to, put in there more to sweeten the pie and to let us know that this is what the Anderson family would like to keep in there for perpetuities, but it does not meet the conservation easement requirements. Is that where we're at?
Well, let me try to rephrase what's been said. We understand the ordinance to mean that private and common open space are required in a 1710 development. And we met that requirement because it has specific square footages and dimensions. It's not a mystery. It's not a matter of opinion. We did it. But when we were here at the Planning Commission in September, the discussion was that, notwithstanding that commissioners didn't believe that it met the purpose statement, which talks about preserving open space and cultural resources. So as a separate item, I guess I would say, they agreed that they would restrict this piece of property to open space and not allow it to be developed if and when the rest of the 50 acres goes.
Madam Chair, for the benefit of the commission, under tab B, page 12, the first full paragraph that starts in addition, there's a paragraph that describes this area, including the statement that the property owner would like to retain the allowance to construct one additional home site on this 9.46 acres. So I encourage the commissioners to take a look at that under tab B, page 12.
And I acknowledge that too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not discuss that. The reason being that if it's going to be a place for someone to live at some point in the future, it's a very small house and it's a very unmodern way of living. So we wanted to allow for one additional residence to be constructed somewhere else on the parcel, on the 10 acres, not outside the 10 acres, but within.
Okay, so my question for you is, if we take the 61 lots in the top, you subdivide and plat them to the 61 lots, You have flipped the use down on the lots down below, on the parcel down below. So there's almost like a boundary line adjustment. Are we running, is it still gonna be one parcel, or now we have 61 in the top, we have one in the bottom, and then you're gonna take out the ranch, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you're gonna do that via survey, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
somehow we'll accomplish
Okay.
it. You
Here's
know,
my-
it's, you
my-
can't, you can't probably record of survey it because you're creating a new parcel.
Well, that's what
But
I'm wondering.
somehow
Are
we'll
you
have to do
creating
it.
a new parcel? Because if you're creating a new parcel that would have a deed restriction that you're throwing up there for cultural and this and that, but you want to be able to retain the opportunity to put one house on there, would this be considered a lot? So if you decide to do something later on, would that lot take away from the other lots that you would have in the bottom, or would
Yes.
you be increasing the density?
No,
Okay.
it's taken away.
So,
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
right, so
it's
it's taking it away.
Yeah.
So would there be a possibility while you're platting this and this and that to survey that piece out and put it under a different APN? I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah, if it's possible to do it, we will.
Okay. And,
I mean, I think what we don't want to do is a parcel map.
okay, but the only thing is this like a boundary line adjustment, because you originally had 2 parcels. Now you're taking one of the parcels and moving the boundary line and putting it into 61. So you still would end up with a parcel down at the bottom, and you could be able to flip that other one into 2 parcels. I don't know.
So we're not going to flip the other one into 2 parcels.
No. It still is going to be 2 parcels but you'll still be retaining the ability to develop everything with the exclusion of the ranch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's the question. So essentially, what this proposal is 61 lots up in the top, another lot in the bottom of 9 plus minus acres that has the ability to put a house, and then the remainder may be possible for development in the future. Is that where we're going?
It's possible, it's permitted by the ordinance, but the density is reduced by
Okay.
31 lots or
Okay,
something,
so my
whatever it is.
question is it your understanding and is it our understanding that this is 2 lots, we're flipping them over, the Anderson Ranch East, right, which we've named as the 61 lots,
Hold on.
is under 1710, okay? This other part of Anderson Ranch South, let's call it South, is that under 1710? I mean, that'd be another question.
I
Okay.
can step in for, on staff's behalf. No, any request on the remainder parcel would have to meet code at the time that it's requested. So
Okay.
1710 has been repealed and is not available for use.
Okay, well, I think what my concern is that if Anderson East meets the open space and, Anderson West, okay, I'm lost here. Anderson West meets the open space for the 61 lots, but you're throwing in this 9+ acre lot on the east side, which is actually a separate lot, in a lot within a lot. Are you going to, in future, or anybody that would buy that, look at this and say, hey, this lot already has something in the middle that is already designated as open space?
Sure. Yes, it'll be a recorded document that the person that buys, if a person bought it in the future, would have to recognize that this 9.46 acres cannot be subdivided or developed.
I understand that aspect of it, but what I'm looking at is, would that allow an increase of density by using the offset of this 9± acres?
No.
Okay, you're saying no.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm just asking
My
this 'cause-
understanding, I understand. I think the part of the confusion is the use of the word lot. Don't think of this open space area in the southern portion as a lot. Think of it as an area. What Mr. Forsberg's represented is an intent to have a deed restriction on this area. You can certainly survey the area and have a legal description of the area, and the area can be a subset of a larger area without having it be a lot. And he's just saying this portion of the land, this 9.46 acres around the ranch house, on behalf of the property owner, would like to designate as open space with some caveats as on, tab B, page 12. But it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be this legal description of an area that's simply an open space easement. And so he's identified what he would like to see as the development potential in this area. But right now, that southern portion is a remainder area. And my understanding and having spoken with Mr. Forsberg and listening to him and Mr. Snellgrove this evening, is they felt there was a desire to have additional open space. Their client was interested in open space around this ranch house. They were interested in some type of protection in this or preservation in this area, but in the terms of the open space deed restriction. But don't think of it as a lot. Just think of it as an area. I think, because we're not looking at that remainder right now.
I understand we're not looking at the remainder, but I'm looking at this to see what the expectation is when we look at that remainder.
Right, and I encourage you to look at that expectation because I have questions about what the actual terms of the open space deed restriction are, and I encourage the commission to explore that.
And if I may, maybe I can, or maybe not, but I'll try. What's happened here is there are two parcels. One is about 30 acres and one is about 50 acres. The 50-acre lot happens to be split zoned. Part of it is zoned single-family 12,000 acres, and therefore it has a fairly high density potential, right? Because that allows you to get a lot of homes on there, and if you came in with that standing alone, you might do a normal PUD, and you preserve 30% open space, but you get smaller lots to sort of make up for the open space kind of idea. And Hope can correct me if I get out of line here, but so now, because of the impact of 1710, we can take these two adjacent parcels, and the ordinance allows us to take some of that single-family 12,000 and move it to the 30-acre parcel. And it's lost to the 50-acre parcel now. It's gone. We're not getting any more. There aren't any more houses going to be built or lots created for houses than under the original zoning. Does that help at all?
If I may also, Chair Preston, condition number 20 speaks to the total unit count. So again, 1710 does not allow for a density bonus in any way. You have your existing number of units based on zoning. And once the 1710 common open space development is approved, it can't change the overall number that would be allowed on the subject site. So 132 units is what they're limited to. And condition number 20 speaks to the deed restriction that would have to be placed on the southern parcel that limits the number of units in total to 71, and that includes the ranch house. So I hope that it helps to answer your question. 71 total.
Okay. The other question I have, and this seems kind of off topic, you aren't, or are you, the people that are developing the other Anderson Ranch?
The family once owned that portion.
No. I'm talking about the other Anderson Ranch that's bordered on Mountain Street and
Yes.
Orsby.
I understand that that's what you're asking about. I'm sorry, what is your question?
Okay, are you guys the developer on that one?
No.
Okay, so you're not the developer
We're-
on it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pinpoint, because earlier here we had public comment that was concerned about the walkways and the access on the trail. and that they showed pictures and they had concerns that this was not a trail that is depicted on the other Anderson Ranch, that this is more of a swale that has dirt in the bottom of it, rock on the side, and that is not particularly accessible. And that's what I'm trying to find out, is this, should we anticipate this to be the same?
No. Actually, I don't think that's what's required of the developer over there either. I think they're required to create trails. And I don't think what you described is a trail.
Commissioner Lloyd, thank you.
Commissioner Lloyd for the record. Thank you, Chair. I don't know who this question is for, but how permanent is a deed restriction? Because I have seen in the news at different times for absolutely different reasons, but deed restrictions be removed from properties. So I just want to understand the permanence of that.
So a deed restriction is permanently placed on a property as you make your recommendation to the board, and as the board potentially approves this project. If approved with that requirement to place a deed restriction on the property, in order to have that deed restriction removed, it would have to go through the process again and be approved by the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of things. Number one, on the southern piece, like Heather said, there's 71 residences available on the southern section using the 1710. If we take out the 10 acres, that's 10 units. If we take the 10 acres out of the computation that we used in the very beginning, that means that the total number of units available is somewhere around 122. And if we've got 60 some in the upper unit, that means there's only 60 something available in the lower unit.
Yeah, 71.
It's 71 unless you take out that 10 acres.
It's still 71.
Okay. Who pays the property tax on the 9 acres?
The owner,
And how is that done? By meets and bounds?
correct.
It doesn't have a lot number.
Well, it eventually will. We'll create a lot somehow.
So then we get back
But-
to
But, you know,
the
keep in
chairman's.
mind, the property owner's paying taxes on the whole 50 acres.
True, but it's still agricultural, right?
Right, but it's losing its ag status as a result of this if it is approved. And there's when that happens, you have to pay the back taxes to a certain degree on what was, it's not exempt from taxes. It's
No, I
deferred.
understand it's not exempt.
It's deferred. It's a deferred tax.
Okay.
And so the same thing happened on the east side of Ormsby. There's a big tax bill that has to be paid when the use changes away from agriculture.
Okay, but to go back to the chairman's comment, it would seem like the simplest thing to be would be have 3 lots. We have a big lot up one with got 61 apartments in it. We've got the other lot down below, and we've got a 9-acre lot. Now, we've subdivided the top one into 60, however many units it is. And we have, the third lot now has one house on it, and we'll have another. And then we have another piece of land that has X number of houses that can be built on it. Is that,
At some point, it needs to become a separate piece, a parcel with a parcel number separate from the rest.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. I'm
Okay.
not sure how we'll accomplish it, but it can be done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if the planning commission just, as we kind of conclude this item, if you can just provide clarity on what the end result might be, the applicant can work to achieve it through whatever means, would be appropriate. This request is specifically for the 61-unit subdivision on the north part of the overall subdivision site, so.
But the problem with that, Heather, is that it's not. It's 80 acres. And we're using a mechanism to give an advantage to the top piece of that. But we're ignoring the rest of it. We're just saying, trust me, it'll be okay.
That's
And,
but
and I'm-
that's not a correct assessment, I don't think. It's an 80-acre parcel application. It's all being captured in this one application with a total amount of density for all 80
Sure.
acres.
I-
And in addition, if it were broken up and done some other way, we wouldn't have to improve Kings Canyon because we're not developing there. So
Okay.
that's a kind of a penalty to us in a way for
Well,
invoking the.
don't misunderstand me. I'm not against, and I like the idea of the 9 acres and to do that. I think that's commendable on the owner's part. But I'm just trying to put bounds on all these things so that we don't get into the point of, well, he said, she said last week, we want to do this.
Correct.
And I understand you have the same feeling.
Yes, and you have a wonderful professional staff. You're blessed, I'm telling you, to have this staff. This is the same thing that Ms. Sullivan has been pestering me about for a long time, is how do we designate this so that it's enduring and doesn't just get forgotten somewhere down the line and somebody else, this commission isn't here, none of us is here, and somebody says, oh, I can do whatever I want here. We're gonna,
My answer is, what's the answer to your question?
well, the answer is we're going to put, the first idea was a conservation easement which could run in favor of the city. But we had difficulty defining what the resource was that was being conserved. And so we gave up on that and said, we will deed restrict the property. We can deed restrict it in favor of the city or find a way to make it that way in perpetuity, unless the city changed its mind about wanting that as a resource. Or conversely, you could accept the approach of staff and forget the whole thing and just admit, or not admit, but agree that we've met the ordinance requirements without it. And not have to monkey around with it at all. That would be all right also. But we're trying to do something better and to address the concerns that you had when we were here before.
Hey, Commissioner Borders, Dave Snellgrove again for the record. Ms. Sullivan talked about this could be viewed as an area. I think either way with a deed restriction on the property, we can either define an area or we can set it in a parcel. If it is something that the Planning Commission is more comfortable that this be a parcel, that would end up being in future one of the parcels in association with the 71 that we could have. That would be something that would be very easy to write up in terms of condition.
That I think would satisfy
Yeah.
a lot of the chairman's concerns and mine also.
Yeah, I think it could be accomplished either way. So I'll leave it to you if there's druthers one way or the other.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Madam
Christopher?
Chair, if I may go back to, real quick, Commissioner Lloyd's question concerning a deed restriction, and if a deed restriction can be eliminated. What's before you is a proposal for a private deed restriction without a condition of approval that would require the deed restriction. So in the case of a private deed restriction that's privately enforced, the city would not be a party to the removal of that. Now, if the deed restriction became a requirement of the map, which right now it's not a requirement of the map, and I'm going to talk about that in 1 second, then it's purely in private hands. So I want to be really clear on that. Why is it not a requirement of the map? And I'm not going to say that it's because the city staff said, oh, we don't need that extra open space. There's plenty of open space in the northern portion. The reason is, and the commission has heard this on other projects, what is open space? Right now, we have the ranch house from the 1880s and some outbuildings, but we also have the right to build another, what's the wording on that? Do you have that there? Another house. And what does that mean? Is that a house with a garage, with a pool? How much, what's the footprint of that house? And so because of sort of it just doesn't, it was not, again, I'm going to go back to the conservation easement because it's an easier illustration. And we did have to give up on the conservation easement. With a conservation easement, you say, what is the conservation value? You can think of historic preservation. What's the preservation value of this? And you identify what that is, and that's what you protect. And then you can allow other stuff to happen as long as it's not compromising that conservation value. So we think about open space, okay, 9.46 acres, and we have the ranch house, which is a cultural resource, but we're not trying to protect the cultural resource. We're calling it open space, right? We haven't talked about that, about protection of a resource. And then we also get to develop the property. And what's the wording on that? A home site. What's a home site mean? How big is a home site? What's the footprint of a home site? So because we don't necessarily know all those details, and in fairness, this is a proposal that the applicants put forward, but because we don't know exactly what that means, the staff was not comfortable saying this is open space. So I just want to be really clear on that. Thank
But-
you.
However, if we take what we were just talking about and we make that a parcel, it gets an APN number. Now we have 3 parcels in our 1710 thing. And we can say parcel number 3 is X. Parcel number 1 and 2 are this density. Why can't we do that?
Now, I understand. So you're
it would
talking
have-
about the creation of a 9.46 acre parcel.
Correct.
And the creation of that parcel would allow all the existing development that's there, which is the ranch house and some outbuildings, right? Plus would allow a home site, an additional home site. So essentially, we'd have 9.46 acres that could technically have 2 dwellings, some outbuildings, some other ancillary features, maybe a pool, maybe not a pool, maybe a garage, maybe a big shop building. I don't know what those buildings are. Nobody knows. Some future owner will know. Is that open space? That's the question I'm posing. If this commission believes that that equals open space, you're good. I just feel like that unknown about the development potential of the quote home site is just broad. And I'm not ready to present that as open space.
I could, I'm sorry. Can I respond to that? We'll do this either way. If the conservation easement is the better approach, I think we can identify the current uses with the exception of one additional home site, which I described in my proposal, that it have a certain number of feet available for the construction of a home and a garage. And that's all it would allow. So, and I think I said that the footprint would be 5,000 square feet. But it didn't get carried forward into the staff report. So I think there are resources there that can readily, or I think we can identify for a conservation easement, and then it becomes something that can run in favor of the city, and then it becomes something where we can identify things that harm the conservation values. But we can also say that, you know, I worked on a conservation easement much like that, where there was an existing historic building, and the conservation easement accepted out of it a certain number of square feet for a more modern dwelling. And I think that would work. I think the age of the house, I think, and the nature of that ranch being there since 1876 is in itself a conservable resource. But the family is willing to do that. They're willing to just do a deed restriction and make it as humanly and legally possible as being in perpetuity, or we're willing to just leave it out of the deal entirely. But we felt it was an important concession offer to make to satisfy the concerns we heard at the last Planning Commission meeting. That's why it's in there.
Commissioner DeChristopher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ellen DeChristopher for the record. Want to thank you for the presentation. As one of the newer commissioners, I did have to go back and do some homework, which I thank the city for supplying me with everything I needed. It did. I not only enjoyed the information, but I enjoyed the tonality of the presentation. I do have concerns, though, because when I look at it, in fact, I'm going to go back to something that Heather said. And now Heather's going to probably wish she hadn't said it, but I thought it was perfectly stated. When we look at projects, we look at them to meet code and if they are worthy. I may have paraphrased slightly there, you can correct me. And as a new commissioner, it is tough because there is a little subjectivity in there. And my first reaction when I was going back to September and then the subsequent November meetings was, this isn't, I didn't consider it worthy. That is a premier area of Carson City. I spend a lot of time between there and the Highlands, and I know you're familiar with the Highlands. And it was interesting to me when we looked at the trail map, I thought, yeah, that kind of speaks volumes to me. Just looking at how the Highlands, for example, is laid out. I think of that as more hallmark. That being said, it did mean something to me as a commissioner when you made the offer to increase the open space and also to address the findings. Don't miss my point there. I do appreciate that. But I'm nervous because I'm hearing, I don't know how long it'll take us to come up with a condition that is satisfactory, that that's going to meet our needs, to feel that what we, because it's an exchange, right? You're getting the density up there, but you're giving us this open space in this area that is undeveloped for now. So I feel like, well, if that's really going to be a trade-off, then we need to really have it buttoned up and know for certain what it is. I don't know if we can get a condition on that tonight that it addresses it.
Do you want me to respond? Yeah. So generally speaking, a planning commission and the board of supervisors are given by ordinances and state laws discretion to make certain determinations that are really purely subjective. For example, a common finding is this project is not harmful to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. Well, that's as subjective and broad as you can get. And courts tend not to want to substitute their judgment for the judgment of a planning commission or a board of county commissioners or a board of supervisors. So yes, that's, I think, the discretion you're talking about, the worthiness kinds of things. The difference in what we're presenting now is that you have an ordinance that provides, not in generalities, but specific things that you can do to utilize the meaning of that ordinance in a development. And this is my opinion. I'm just conversing. But I think that constrains that worthiness discretion or that subjective discretion that you have when you consider a zoning change or a special use permit or something like that. Because this ordinance gives us the specifics. And then we went and met the specifics. And now it's of great concern to me that we could meet all the specifics of the ordinance and have it determined to be not acceptable for reasons that we can't anticipate. We spend money, people buy property with these expectations. They spend money on engineering and floodplain studies and all this other stuff. And then we come and present our project under the ordinance and find that it's not acceptable for a different reason that we couldn't anticipate and maybe can't meet. Maybe can't meet. For example, at the September meeting, it was suggested that possibly Ash Canyon Creek could be moved and moved into the 30-acre parcel and make a nice little meander through there as a an amenity kind of thing. But first of all, we really can't do it. Second of all, it's not required by anything. And so therefore, an applicant, a property owner, can't possibly know that that could be a requirement, or that someone could say, I'm turning your project down because you're not moving the creek where I think the creek should be. See, so that's why I try to bring it all back to the ordinance and say, this is what the ordinance requires. We met every single requirement of the ordinance. Every department of the city reviewed this and through conditions, or maybe conditions aren't necessary, met the requirements for the fire department, for water, sewer, the thickness of the roads, the widths of the roads, everything.
Since it's a conversation, thank you. And I do appreciate that. I appreciate it, I respect it, and I recognize that a planning commissioner, we are interested in meeting the code. And we have the Board of Supervisors who represents constituents that will be that second layer to it. I have another question for you. A lot depends on the Clomar. I had spoken with Steve Pote just about the downflow. One of the questions that I have is, we have had quite a bit of development going on that has required us, on each of these developments, they have had to address any issues if they're on floodplain. So when I look at Kings Canyon, I know my understanding is that the current 42-inch that was put into place in 2016 is sufficient. Another question, and I think this is for you, Steve, excuse me. I want to make sure I understand that correctly. With these other developments that are going in, I know one of them was tabled for May. That is our expectation that there won't be any issues with Clomar because this is going to be able to run downstream without any issues, collect off of that parcel.
Stephen Pote, Development Engineering for the record. That's correct. The Clomar process, what they do is they model the 100-year storm to see, to ensure that you're not increasing the flood elevation somewhere else while maintaining it
While
where your
maintaining
development
the
is.
Okay.
Where Kmart used to be, there's detention things the size of football fields along Carson Street. But
any further questions from the commissioners? Okay, what I'd like to do is go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, because we've been here for a while, and then we'll come back, okay?
And may I just say, I appreciate all of you and your demeanor too, and your thoughtful engagement with us, no matter the outcome, but I do appreciate it from
Thank you.
everyone.
Wow.
Hi, calling the Planning Commission of April 26th back into session. I think what we would like to do is, before we get to public comment, I'd like to have the applicant back up. Yes, please. Yeah, before the public comment, please. No problem, no problem. I just wanted to throw something past you guys for you to consider prior to public comment, to see if this is something, because I think it may make it a little bit more palatable. And since you were gracious enough to put up the 9.52 acres, plus or minus, and also with the support of the additional commissioners, I would like you to consider taking that and making that into an actual parcel, doing a deed restriction for the farmhouse and the 4,500 square foot house that you said, that if they wanted to put additional barns and so forth, it would have to come as a special use permit, just like we do on some of our other things, or whatever needs to happen as far as going on the regular zoning, that those two houses would be excluded from the southern lot. So just reduce it by 2. And because although it's open space for actually the benefit of the subdivision, because most people are not even going to be able to see it. So I think that that's one of the things that, we need to kind of consider. And we appreciate that you're doing the trails on the north parcel and then on the south parcel and making those improvements for the school. But we'd like you to go ahead and consider that. And then what we can do is take the public comment, and then you could decide how you guys think about that on the other side.
I'll just point out, as this conversation was going on earlier, I started drafting something. I'll talk to Mark about it.
Okay,
And
please.
talk to staff about it. I hear some of the things that you bring up. I think I have some of them covered.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's kind of a laundry list of certain things that you would want to have covered as part of the deed restriction.
Mm-hmm.
So we can chat about that and maybe have some language, and maybe staff.
That would be
I've
great. That would
done
be
these
great.
quick conditions quite often.
Okay,
I
thank you
appreciate
so
that.
much. And then we can go from public to public comment from here. Okay, thank you. Okay. Now I'd like to open this up for public comment, and please remember that it is limited to 3 minutes, and that each individual, you can't collectively put your minutes together with other individuals as a spokesman. It has to be an individual. And we'd like to just everybody be very, you can't clap. Please don't clap, and understand that we can't answer, nor can staff answer. What this is your statement on the record of how you feel about this particular property and what your concerns are. So, thank you. And hi, Maxine. You want to go ahead and put your full name and?
Maxine Neitz for the record. First of all, what Mr. Forsberg said about what Mrs. Collard said is hearsay and has nothing at all to do with this application. Second of all, he said that he doesn't know who the developer is. I've talked to Lennar Homes. It's going to be Lennar Homes, the same developer that did the fabulous job on the Anderson Ranch property. Next, FEMA, the Clomar. If it's too expensive, maybe they need to get rid of some of their attorneys and some of their engineers so they can afford FEMA. And why are we hearing this before the Clomar is in? We don't know what FEMA is going to say. You're making the assumption that they're going to say, okay, do whatever you want to that piece of property, but they may not. They may not, okay? Then they said they've adhered to everything in 1710. Well, thank goodness 1710 is a relic of the past. It was a piece of terrible, terrible ordinance, and it's gone. Now they're lucky to be still considered on the 30-acre parcel under 1710. But I've heard here tonight, and I'm going to make sure that I put this on the record, the remainder parcel of 50 acres which, by the way, they said in the beginning that they were going to keep as a 50-acre home ranch parcel, and now they're backing off on that. Gee, developers never lie. That is not going to be heard under 1710 because it is not being proposed for development at this time. There is no development, so it will not be heard under 1710. If I'm wrong, I want that in the newspaper tomorrow. Okay. They said they were adhering to everything in 1710. Well, one of the things in 1710 says cluster development. Look at those straight streets, which even though they're going to be paved, their little drawing shows them in green, trying to make you think that there's going to be some open space or grass or greenery on there. But they're straight lots, rectilinear lots. They're rectilinear streets. There's nothing clustered about it. There's nothing varietal about those home sites or the homes that are going to be built there. There's no reason that lot is square, that lot is flat. There's absolutely no reason why they have to be granted a doubling of the density that zoning and master planning allows. I don't understand at all why this is even being considered. And 1876 for their little home ranch? Tough. I lived in an 1873 house in the historic district. Nobody gave me nothing for that. They also are showing a piece of land on the lower 50 that is not in the 1 acre zoning. It's partly in the 1200 zoning. So when they get credit for that as private property, it has to be divvied up between the two zoning zones, as it were. Okay? So that's that. And they want protection from us. The Collards want protection from the people of 10 acres. Who's protecting us from them? They're complaining that they don't have enough money after doing the Anderson Ranch property and this property here on the northern 30 acres. They're going to be rolling in dough. So they can afford a Clomar and they can afford to go back to zoning per the zoning, 1 acre zoning. There was nothing wrong with that. That's what surrounding homes are, and that's what they should be. Okay? And the last thing I'm going to say is that what I heard from them is paths are more important than people. And that's baloney.
Richard Nagel for the record. I just want to say, I have a lot of respect for you people for being up here and suffering the slings and arrows that come at you all the time. So I'm trying not to, what I'm saying is that I think we need to learn from Anderson Ranch about open space and retention ponds and stuff like this. And the beauty of these retention ponds that they put in here are now like a dump for their refuse from the building that they're doing. Again, we got to learn from our mistakes and move forward. I think this is the prime real estate in Carson City. This is the prime historic district real estate. These should be on 1 acre lots. They would sell like hotcakes for any amount of money they ask for them because it is in the best part of town. We don't need a bunch of Kmart shoehorn together properties that would create traffic congestion. The whole idea of 18 was to keep the congestion down, to me, and to keep the beauty of Carson. I think we really need to look at the beauty of Carson and get away from stuff like this. These are the same people. I don't trust them. Also, Anderson is not on the deed. There's no one named Anderson on the deed. They inherited that property. And we saw what happened in Minden when the guy got bored with his distillery. He just walked away from it, put it all up for sale. So would we be in the same slot? We would need some ironclad guarantees about what they're planning and what they're doing. Because otherwise, 10, 15 years down the road, everybody's got a short-term memory. They'll do the same thing to the other part. Okay? When they run out of money. That's what's going to happen. Don't let shiny objects like trails and whatnot confuse you with the beauty of Carson. I go down King Street all the time on my bicycle. It's a great path, it's a great road, and it's not congested at this point in time, and I think it's a benefit to the city. But this would really stifle that and make it more traffic congested, more dangerous for the kids of Carson who want to pedal up to the waterfall. I just think that we need to really take a look at this stuff. You know, is this going to benefit us 20 years from now? Or is this going to be like, oh, we developed it. Let's move on to the next one. We have to get away from that attitude. We need to create things that are beautiful for Carson in the long run and the future of Carson. Thank you very much for your time.
Heather Coe. I am concerned about everything about this project. The fire hazard, I don't think anything was really addressed. And unless you walk that area, which I do, and unless you live in that area, I've got kids and grandkids in all the different schools, and you have to realize how close they are. Any event going on at the middle school, will be so much, there's congestion now. And with everything that is already gone up over off of Ormsby and Ash Canyon, it's ridiculous. The road work that they're doing now is already causing problems. You're going to have all these extra people, and it's not safe to walk now. I don't understand how anyone would think for a second if there was fire that there wouldn't be a lot of lives lost. You have all these places with Ash Canyon, and between that and Silver Oak and Kings Canyon and this, there's very few outlets out or in. You're causing more problems. But my biggest concern is our children. And I know a lot of children that go to Carson Middle School that walk to either Borderwick or Fritch to pick up their younger siblings. There are not buses if you live in that surrounding area. You're risking these kids' lives. And it is not compatible with the homes that are there. People saved for these homes. These are their dream homes, and 1710 would destroy that. And that's really unfair. And those are the people that have been lied and deceived if this is what's approved. So please, please take into consideration all of this, especially the safety of the residents that live here. A lot of people walk, and a lot of people jog and walk their dogs. It's already becoming dangerous. With this many more people and this many more homes, you're asking for one accident after another. And all you have to do is look on the roads to see how many animals are hit constantly. We have mountain lions up in that area all the time. And this is where they want to build. This was not, and I've never heard anyone complain about it being a ranch and tumbleweed. Just so everyone knows, we liked having it as a ranch. And people like the fact that things are compatible in that area. And this will change that forever. So I'm asking, please, please consider the residents and our kids. Thank you.
I did not, I'll do it. Okay. My name is Carrie Ingbar. I'm going to say a lot of dittos, like you said, because I liked some of the comments that you read off at the beginning. First of all, I would, the biggest one being that the intent of 1710 is not being met. I think that's pretty clear, and that's kind of why 1710 was bye-bye, because nobody was meeting the intent. So I don't know, can you legally say, I'm sorry, you're not meeting the intent if you've dotted all your I's and crossed all your T's? I would certainly hope so, but maybe not. Just on a note, I don't really consider a trail to be a 10-foot path with a fence along both sides of it. It's certainly not what the elder Mrs. Anderson had her experience hiking up to the mountains with. I think that it probably well-intentioned that they want their ranch house maybe set aside as a restricted area or whatever they want to call it. But I really think that the cultural resources need to be considered separately. It's not even part of this 30-acre parcel, and it's either going to be its own thing, or it should be considered when the area around it is developed. I just don't understand why it's just kind of being thrown in there in with this northern parcel. I also don't know why they can't just stick to the 1 acre zoning for houses. They wouldn't be here. They'd be out building their houses if they had just stuck to the 1 acre zoning. I think it is in the master plan and it works. It is out of character with the neighborhood, what he wants to build. It's not quite as bad as what they built off Mountain Street, which is really out of character. But I also think there will be cumulative impacts. And most of those were ditto points, but the FEMA flood zone thing is an issue because the FEMA hadn't come through when the area off Mountain Street came through, and what was going to be open space suddenly became detention basins. But then no lots got opened up to remove that open space or those parks to put them in. So the area just got more detention basins, but the parks went away. And I'm kind of afraid that that might happen too. And since all we have is one little tiny park, that personally I think it's kind of a joke. They just got this little tiny park down here in the corner here. And the only reason it meets requirements for his size is because it extends up here a little bit and down here a little bit. And it's like, seriously, that's a park? Is your child going to go play ball in that park? Well, I guess if he wants to run out in the middle of the street, he will. But anyway, I just thought that was kind of a joke. I would like the developer to just reduce the number of houses, you know, open up some open space since he's trying to do an open space. I think it's really, really scary if we get into transferring density from one parcel that has no plans on it yet to another parcel. And I think that is probably the biggest red flag to me, is setting a precedent for kind of sharing densities and saying this area to that area. And I'm done. Thank you. I'll sign in.
My name is Ralph Thomas, and I appreciate all the work you're doing on this. I have a couple of concerns. I know fiscally, density is extremely important to the proponents and the city. You know, it's about revenue, either going to the proponents or to the city in taxes. But I worry about, you know, density and defensibility. You know, climate change, whether you believe it or not, it is what it is. Wildfires, I've been involved with a lot of wildfire planning, and the plans are great until you have a fire. And then you have to be able to adapt and overcome. And you have to be pretty darn fluid. There's some towns in the last few years that are subdivisions that were built as densely as this. And one in Colorado last year in particular burned up within a couple of hours. And, you know, I know the fire department is bought off on this. They've done their planning. They've done their due diligence. But things happen. It doesn't necessarily mean it will happen here, but it could. There's no defensibility when these houses are built so close. You know, on 1 acre lots, at least you've got some defensibility. Closer than that, you know, I had a friend that bought a new house in a place called Talent, Oregon. And it's probably about 4 years ago, a wildfire started, brush fire, along the freeway on Interstate 5. Within an hour and a half to 2 hours, they'd lost well over 100 homes and businesses. That's how fast that fire went through that town and that new subdivision. And, you know, 6 months in, their insurance didn't even cover all of it. And so they're still recovering from that, you know, 4 years later. And so those kind of things can happen. So my recommendation, whether you do it with this particular proponent or in the future, is consider, you know, defensibility and density in the decisions on these things. Because I think it's extremely important anymore. You know, the town of Paradise over there found out kind of the hard way. Other towns found out the hard way about that. In Carson City, that can happen here. So, you know, just have to do your due diligence. And I wanted to talk about conservation easements. I've been involved with quite a few of those at federal level. With the deed restriction, that's at the whim of the Board of Supervisors or commissioners in the future. It's not absolute unless you got an iron fist over the top of that. And I look at Silver Saddle Ranch, you know, in Prison Hill, there's a conservation easement on that it's for public purposes, recreation and such. If the city tries to do anything else with it, there's a reversionary clause Congress put on that. Federal government will come and take that back. And, you know, there's penalties and such involved with that. So a deed restriction, be quite frank, is meaningless. It can be changed in the future fairly easily with just a proponent and a willing Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Betsy Strasburg, I'm going to try this. Nothing substantial has changed from the first submission, which you voted 6-1 down. So please keep that in mind. The borrowing of the density is a unique application of 17-10. It's never been applied to any project in the entire time 17-10 has been around. The 17-10 was repealed because it was detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood. Yet this application, if approved, will perpetuate the continuation of the density standards to a parcel that is not even part of this project and will not be considered under 17-10 in the future whenever the owners decide to develop it. The borrowing should not be applied here. If no density was allowed, borrowing density was allowed, there would be 30 houses in the north parcel, which is now doubling to 61. In addition, under the normal zoning, it would be 102 lots in the southern portion, and now it's only getting 71. So who is benefiting? The planning department did not look at the remainder 50-acre parcel and build out because they considered that as not being a part of this project under consideration. This was brought up at the Board of Supervisors meeting, November 3rd meeting, over and over again. The traffic studies, the staff assessments, etc., excluded the 71 lots. That is not under consideration, and rightly so. Even the little access point, the fire access point, when that is open to the public and it creates more traffic on Washington West, that was not considered. Richmond already, because of Anderson East, is a D category service level. So none of this has been considered because the south portion is not part of this project. In the prior Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meeting, it did not meet the intent of 17-10, and that is still the same. There are several unanswered questions, things that we have experienced on Anderson East, such as grading, such as public review of the final map. What changes on setbacks can be approved without a public hearing? All of that we have experienced in Anderson East has not been explicitly written out in this project. I urge the Planning Commission to vote no on version 2, which is not really version 2, it's really version 1, because no substantial changes has been made and it was rejected by this commission 6-1 vote. And by the way, this is a map in your packet. It shows that the ranch house is in the SF12 zone.
Masiello, I think I did. Sue Masiello, I live on Manhattan Drive. I don't understand how you can shuffle density between two parcels and yet you don't look at the subdivisions for both parcels. This is not a cohesive neighborhood, this northern part. Both the properties to the west and the properties to the north are all single family. The ones to the north are 1/3 of an acre, the ones to the west 1 acre, but they vary from single story to double story. These things will eliminate morning sun for homes to the west. They will eliminate winter sun all winter, homes to the north. I don't understand this public access trail around the development. Are people really going to, strangers, wander around like 15 feet from people's back doors? I wouldn't want to do that walking, and I certainly wouldn't want to have that happen if I lived there. The ranch house business and making it, I don't know, common open space, public space, whatever the terminology is, as I understand it, when someone lives on a property, it can't be designated any of those things. I don't understand the streetlights. There are no streetlights. I don't understand the comment about whatever other development it was, I couldn't hear back in the back, that was given the okay back in September when this project was turned down. It's my understanding now that was a few houses on the east side of Ormsby. All of those properties were designated medium density. All of the homes to the west of Ormsby in the master plan are designated low density, as in 1 acre or more, and are zoned 1 acre. This does not comport with what the city promised me when I looked at the city's paperwork when I bought my house. And I think it's a shame to do this to Carson City. It's too much. You've got basically Fort Ord going up across the street. It's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. This has been a tough day for me. That area is primo to me. I've been up to Ash Canyon Creek a lot lately, and looking over towards that ranch and area is just heartbreaking that development's happening, and you know my feelings on development. I try to find that common basic, how can we make this work without screwing everything up. I appreciate the presentators. I appreciate their positions. They're doing the job, and they're doing it the best they can, and they've adjusted and adjusted and adjusted, and it just doesn't come out as a solid mass to me. I can't get a grip on anything that's going to be solidly set, but that there are going to be solidly set foundations. Those buildings hopefully will be built better and more understandable than their arguments or their suggestions and such, because these are slippery conditions when it's maybe and it could be and it might be and we may hold on to it. And when we feel differently, we're going to change our minds. And we're making decisions that change a beautiful, natural, wonderful, amazing area that we have to allow to be developed perhaps. But this is not the way. And to me, it was denied originally, and I don't see substantial changes except for ones that made me feel even less secure. And I would appreciate your consideration to all of the facts today from a little bit of a different angle, please. You can put it off and say, hey, after a certain amount of time, if they haven't come up with ways to relate to this, then you have to cut your line and let go and start again somehow, but not under 1710. And that's my feeling. And thank you very much for giving me this time.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Foltz. As you know, the Planning Commission rejected this item last September, recommended denial to the Board of Supervisors. At that time, the Commission found that the proposal did not adhere to the purpose of Section 1710. The development was not a cluster subdivision that preserved or provided open space. The project did not offer any protections of natural, cultural, or scenic resources. The project did not minimize road building and did not offer a mix of housing types. The Commission noted that the development should include large usable open space. The Commission stated that the multipurpose pathways and detention basins were not sufficient usable common open space areas, and that an opportunity was missed by utilizing Ash Canyon Creek as a project boundary rather than incorporating the creek into their common open space and recreation amenities. This project then was forwarded to the Board of Supervisors with the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Board of Supervisors had all the same concerns that the Planning Commission had with respect to the project not adhering to the purpose of 1710. In fact, the Board of Supervisors was prepared to reject the project outright, but they didn't do that. What they did was the mayor offered to the applicant that he could either get an outright rejection or he could voluntarily take the project back to the Planning Commission. And after some deliberation, they decided to bring the project back to the Planning Commission. Now, the proposal that went to the Board of Supervisors was virtually identical to what you have here tonight. And it was almost identical to what was rejected by this Planning Commission. The only really change was a reduction in the number of accesses onto Ormsby Boulevard. So really nothing has changed between the time you saw this first and the time it's come back to you now, except for a reduction in access onto Ormsby. So I fail to see how you can approve the project at this time. Thank you.
There it is. I'm Marinka Willig. I live on Yorktown Drive in Carson City, and I have had negative experiences with developers, but I did attend this meeting with some hope. And I just wanted to say that it has taken this community 3 years to finally get rid, for our leaders to understand and get rid of Title 17. And it was really a pretty awesome meeting when they said they were going to just completely get rid of it. And here we are again, 6 months later, having a developer going by Title 1710. And I don't understand it. I thought we got rid of it. And what we should have done is told the developer that 1710 has not been working for Carson City. And we've been fighting, the community has been fighting it for 3 years. We finally deleted it. So you need to come up with another plan, because we want to work with our community, because we're here for our community, and that didn't happen. So I guess I'm a bit naive in this whole process. I thought that that our leaders worked with the community, but I guess I'm wrong. But thank you for letting me have my say.
Good evening. Is it on? It says green, so. For the record, my name's Leanne Sarm, and I want to first say I agree with Betsy and this gentleman, Jeff, you said, for his comments very much. But I rewatched the Board of Supervisors meeting today from November, and it was extremely clear that they wanted it reworked. The mayor said, in quotes, there's a lot to work out, and be mindful of the city when you're doing it. And she sent it back here, and is exactly what he said. It would have been denied. And they made it very clear, all of them unanimously made it clear that if it's going to vote tonight, it's going to be defeated and denied. So there has been no changes since then. There has been no changes since you've seen it. 1710 was not intended to be a way to transfer density. That was not its intention. The purpose, the argument is the purpose is that that's not, the purpose is part of the code. It is stated in there. It is part of the written text of that whole section. So it does apply. So it is important. It's not just the numbers of things and whether you can stretch and twist and turn and exaggerate how this transfer of density can be done, which has never been done before. There's no precedent for it. The other thing I want to mention before I lose time is, we have no guarantee on the other 50. The only reason the lower 50 acres is even put in here is to gain the density on the upper part. There's no guarantees. We have no idea what that 50 acres is. This shouldn't even be part of this proposal. It's only there so that they can transfer it and double the density on the upper 30 acres. The private space they're talking about, the 9.46 acres for the heritage, that is going to be a private little ranch. They're going to put a fence around it and keep it to themselves. There's no gain to anything. There's no, whether deed restrictions are done, whether anything. I mean, they're talking about putting another residence and having somebody live there. This is going to be their private spot. It's not going to be a park. It's not going to be for the residents. We shouldn't be able to take 1710, which we all agreed, everyone unanimously, from the Board of Supervisors to all of you said, we don't want it. We don't want it anymore. It hasn't been good for the community. We don't need to take that and stretch it further and allow more taking advantage of it. The last thing I want to say too is, we can go on what, not just the code and exactly wording, the Nevada higher court, the Supreme Court of Nevada upheld a decision saying that public comment is allowed when reaching a decision. This is a copy of an article in the newspaper, and they do allow it. Part of public comment, part of the spirit of things is allowed in a decision, and it was upheld by the Nevada Supreme Court. So please vote no on this, and let's start and get to the right development for this. I'm not saying not to develop, but 1 acre is what we need to develop. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Valena Wise. I'm an attorney in Nevada. I was also a real estate broker in the state of Nevada, as well as a developer. I think looking at 1710, there has been a presumption by the developer and the board, quite frankly, that it automatically applies to any proposal before you, and that the provisions of that ordinance are now to be considered. But as 2 people previously have stated, that is not an absolute mandate. In fact, the first and foremost thing of that ordinance is that you must find that an application under that ordinance conforms to the purpose that is stated in that, and that is to preserve and provide open space, to protect natural, cultural, and scenic resources, to achieve a more efficient use of the land, to minimize road building, and encourage stable, cohesive neighborhoods offering a mix of housing types. When you look at the application that is before you, that purpose has not been met. Therefore, the remaining provisions of 1710 should not even be considered by this board until you have made that finding. When you look at this development board before you, you know that is the 1 acre zoning that is under the land for 29 acres would only allow at maximum 24 lots, because you do not take out the roads. They haven't taken out the roads before that. The 9 acre parcel, in all common sense, is only a single family residential lot of 9 acres that the developer is attempting to create 2 residences on. Totally detached, quite frankly, from this proposal. And then the traffic on Ormsby, I would just like to mention again, there are traffic studies on Ormsby Boulevard, and all common sense, anybody living that development that wants to go to downtown Carson City is going to utilize Washington Street or Winnie Lane, rather than going up to Longview and coming around. Most of the residents in that development, proposed development, would simply use that single access down to Ormsby as a practical matter. And on Ormsby Boulevard, you have joggers, you have bicyclists, you have the children from the middle school who are constantly using that Ormsby Boulevard as access for their endeavors. I, too, encourage you to deny this application before you, and I thank you for your time.
Testing. Bob Wise, the other half of Kathy.
Ma'am, you never signed in. Could you please sign in? Thank you.
Bob Wise, we live on Winnie Lane. One thing that has bothered me most about this open space, and thank you for focusing in on it somewhat. What you're talking about is creating a parcel that has two separate residential houses on it. They will be the two most expensive residential lots in town. There is no open space to be gained from it. And furthermore, there's absolutely no guarantee that the ranch house will ever be preserved. It'll be erased as soon as someone buys it, and they'll build a new home on it, and I wouldn't blame them. It's a great piece of property and well located. Let's get back to the purpose. As my wife said, this is not, the attorney for the developer said, this is the law, and we're entitled to do what we want under the law the way it's presented here. It's not the law. It is an entitlement if you meet the findings. And the purpose is the very first paragraph of Chapter 1710 states the purpose. And I'd like to just go through those as quickly as I can. The first one is to preserve open space. We're only talking about the 30-acre parcel. There is no significant open space. The path on the south end happens to be a public utility easement to begin with. They can't build on it. So that's silly. Why not let someone walk on it? Okay? By increasing the density 2.5 times, and Kathy's right, if you look at Longview next to it, to the west, every lot in Longview is 1 acre. That's what 1 acre zoning meant. It was the same thing in Lakeview Estates that we did. It's this, in numerous subdivisions. 1 acre meant 1 acre net lots after you take the roads out. So they're trying to get not only a transfer of density from Kings Canyon onto this property, they're also trying to use all of the roadways and taking the density off that, and they've provided no public benefit for that. Cohesive neighborhood, it's just the opposite. It's the same project that they're pushing across the street. I'll tell you what we don't have. We don't have 1 acre lots in Carson City. And the ones that are here are selling for $300,000 and $400,000. The developers can make $7–10 million off this just by doing 1 acre lots, and we'd all be happy. I'm probably doing them a favor. There's no public, excuse me. The only people I know that were here today that are for this are the professionals that have been hired. There's actually going to be much more road space on this as a result of this plan than there would be with 1 acre zoning. So they've violated that one. There is no open space. There is no cultural scenic resource being preserved on this parcel. It doesn't exist. When they get to the southern parcel, they can talk about it then. They're not minimizing road building, they're increasing it. And they're not creating a cohesive neighborhood, as the lady from Longview said, and mix of housing space. They're actually violating what all those people in Longview paid good money for, and the people to the north. Please turn this down. Let's be the last of 1710. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. I'll sign in when he's done. Paul Longshore. Man, I don't know what to say besides ditto. Very good. Everybody that was here, they said a lot of things. Everything on my notes were taken up. That's probably why I shouldn't have gone last, I guess. But thank you for your service, everyone. I guess the only thing I could really say is that thank God 1710 is fading away. Like we've talked before, you know, the spirit of that law was great, but the attorneys and the developers, they don't really care about the spirit of the law. They want the actual maximum benefits they can get. And from what we've seen here, there's several problems that they've had. You know, the last couple of times the attorney has gone on record saying that Anderson Ranch is going to remain a working ranch. Well, how can you use your square footage of that area if it's going to remain a working ranch? You know, now we have this whole private, open, non-public, undefined area that's going to be an open space with a deed restriction for conservative easement. I'm like, come on, how many times are we going to make up some sort of verbiage over a space that we're not going to define so we don't have to use the square footage to take away from the development of this property? I was dumbfounded by all that information. I might be a little off on trying to understand all this. And I think we can simplify it very easy, is just stick to the master plan. You're not going to stop progress, and we shouldn't. We should develop it so it works out best for the community. And the master plan says 1 acre lots. It should be 1 acre lots and developed so the community can use it and enjoy the area. He was talking about the transition from one walk path to the other. Well, the other walk path that goes up Longview, it's 50 to 75 yards wide, and they're talking about a walkway size path going around there. I'm like, I don't understand how that's even considered open space if it's just a sidewalk. There's several other things that everyone talked about. I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse. You guys turned it down once before. They've come back and said that really they've changed nothing. Maybe some little verbiage here and there. So if you turn it down before, please turn it down again. And obviously we'll go back to the board, which they want to, I believe one comment was made that you guys can do whatever you want, but it's the board's decision. Well, obviously it needs to go back to the board, who said last time that they should work not only with the planning commission, but with the community on figuring out better ways to improve this development. Well, I butt right up to this thing, and no one's knocked on my door. I haven't got a letter asking me any information of what I think or how I can help further the development of this community. So apparently they haven't done anything. They said they've done nothing. So please stick to the last thing that you guys said before and turn this down. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Gallagher. For the record, I'll sign the form when this other gentleman is done. I've been paying attention and kind of been involved in all of this development in this whole area for several years. And I think I've really grown as a person, and especially in my understanding of how this process works. I said it last time, and I feel like all of you were very receptive to it, that it's paramount that we really consider and appreciate the Andersons' property rights. Like, I can't say that enough. We really do need to respect that. But I can tell you from looking at all the other projects that have come through over the years that either were denied or approved or fell through or whatever, I've heard some really crazy and irrational things. I just haven't heard that here with this project. Everyone's been very mature. Everyone's really done a lot of research. I haven't heard wild, outlandish things. As an example, I can recall one sweet older guy, bless his heart, he suggested that maybe this part of Anderson Ranch should be a crash landing zone for the Carson airport because it was after takeoff. And I appreciate, I guess, the thought that was put into that. But I mean, I haven't heard anybody here like, oh, where are the deers going to go, and where are the gophers going to play, and where's, is Bambi, he needs a meadow for his mom to get shot, or you know what I mean? Like, I haven't heard anything crazy like that. Everyone, the tone has all been just like, look, it's flat, it's in the middle of suburbia, we get that, it's going to get developed, and we need to respect the Andersons' property rights. I want them to be fabulously wealthy and get all the money out of it that they can. I completely understand that, but their property rights can't come at the expense of ours and how the rest of us, feel about our community. I mean, the look and feel of our community is important. And I'm also really concerned with this whole 1710 thing, that if we're not careful, we're really going to undermine people's faith in their representative government. And I really take exception to the applicant and their representatives suggesting that you guys don't have this level of discretion and the law is the law. That's ridiculous. This is a representative government. I recognize that you guys weren't elected, but you were appointed by those who were elected. You're an extension of them. So in this instance, you guys are the tribal elders, and maybe this is a moving target. And the moving target is that you guys need to get a warm fuzzy before you say yes or no. That's how it works. And I don't want people, and I don't want the citizens to walk away from this and say, you know what, we have done everything we can. We've showed up to the growth meetings. We've done all this stuff. And it seems like a dog and pony show. And I'm concerned that's going to happen. We've made so much progress in the last few years with the 1710 thing. Please don't shoot that in the face. good things are happening. I want it to get developed. I want the Andersons to enjoy their property rights. Just say no and let them start under the new rule. Appreciate it.
My name is Courtney Gallagher. I apologize if this comes off as a bulleted, but I want to try and get in as many of my comments as possible. I think the crux of this opposition from the community as a whole revolves around the density and the use of 1710, which we have talked substantially about. I think it's important to note that typically in the past, when 1710 has been applied, it's been looked at as the project as a whole, and shifting density from one section to another that then allows for the enjoyment and the benefit of the community as a whole on the project as a whole. That's not happening here because they are, in essence, dividing it into 2, potentially 3 different sections now, and using the zoning that is at the very bottom half of a parcel that's not going to be developed. We don't know when and or if. They continue to say perpetuity or when we might develop it and when we might. And they're shifting all of that then density to the subject site and more than doubling and putting 60 or asking to put 61 houses into what is zoned as single family or single 1 acre lots. I think it's also not in keeping with the community that surrounds it and the neighborhoods that are surrounding it. You can tell by looking at the map, the homes that surround it are all custom sites, they're custom homes. It is not a cookie cutter block where you drop in cookie cutter houses with the lots that are all, completely squared and lined up. You can see that just by bordering all of the lots that border the existing properties. There's substantially a higher number volume of lots there. And potentially maybe it's how they've, designed the lots. I don't know if it's longer and that's what the impact is, but it's a cookie cutting neighborhood that they're trying to put into an environment that is not. I think that we've heard tonight a lot of reference about this cultural component of the ranch house and this acreage and wanting to do a conservatorship. And I think that a timing on that is interesting. We've not heard that any other time. And I think it's coming up in an attempt for them to justify that shift in the density and allow for those housings to be doubled in that subject site, which I think is in poor taste. I also think that, they talked a lot about the ranch tonight and the representation of, it being cultural and how unfortunate it is that it's been developed around there. But I think it's also important to note that what's been developed was their ranch and they chose to sell it off. So they can't then now come back and complain that there's houses that are around it. Those were decisions that they made. I think that we've also heard, that it meets the check boxes, if you will. Just because it checks a box doesn't mean that it is a requirement. There is still subjectivity, there is still discretion. It doesn't mean that you are required to or that you have to. And just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Okay, seeing none. I'd like to have the applicant come back up.
After this is more discussion, are you going to open back up the public comment to rebuttal or talk about the discussion that's going to happen right now?
I've asked the applicant to come up to the table, but staff may have some different answers to anything that was already asked as a question. Was there anything that you saw in there, Heather, that needed to be addressed?
Stephen has a couple of notes he'd like to discuss.
There's just a few items. I know most of the discussion comments weren't related to engineering, but a resident brought up the trail going through the development and asked about the public being able to access that. So from the beginning, I think it was everybody's intent that would be a public trail, but it was pointed out that is not explicitly stated in the application. So that is a shortcoming, miscite on that. So were you to approve this, I would suggest putting a condition that has a public access easement. Also, streetlights were brought up. I searched through the application, didn't see any reference to streetlights in the application. The development standards, which I referenced before, depend on the underlying zoning, which is 1 acre in this case, in which case development engineering would not require streetlights. Now, that being said, if streetlights were to be proposed, I don't know that we would prohibit it. We would probably analyze it and look at pedestrian safety and decide if it was necessary. And then finally, on the FEMA approvals, there were some comments made about Anderson Ranch on the east side and that there was open space that turned into detention basins. That tentative map did include an exhibit that showed where their detention was going to be. So those detention basins were not a surprise. And then also in terms of FEMA's approval of the Clomar, the citizens are correct that FEMA may require some changes, but staff have a high level of confidence that those changes would be minor and that what has been proposed would be accepted generally and that any changes would not be large in nature.
And then going back through the notes on the public commenters, I believe we've discussed all of the other comments that had been made.
And I'd like to hear from the applicant on some clarification on the 9.46 acres and what you'd be proposing on that, so then I can bring it back to discussion for the commissioners.
As I understood what you said just after the recess, I think we can agree to it. I'm not sure I can repeat it back to you as you said it, but
We would like to have you reiterate what you expect it to be.
okay. So we expect the common open space, or the open space, 9.46 acres. And I'm reluctant to label it because of the difficulty in selecting the correct label, but we expect that 9.46 acres to be kept open except for the existing structures, which is a ranch house, and there are some barn-like structures already there, and one additional residence, which I would propose to be no greater than a 5,000 square foot footprint, no other structures, and the garage would be part of the footprint. And I think that's basically what you iterated to me as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I have another question on there too, that this is essentially, if we're playing, that this is 70 homes, that there's on the southern part. And I realize that we're really not discussing it, but it is important if you're going to go ahead and hang your hat on 1710, is that if there are 70 units in that one, you're willing to take off 2 of the units, so it'd be 68 units. Would you consider taking off 20% of the 70 units or the 68 units because now you have a 10-acre hole in the middle? Or are these houses expected to be even a closer density than the ones on the north?
They're going to be permitted on the 50 acres, including the 2 in the 9.46 70 homes.
So I just want to
71, I'm
clarify that
sorry.
you were talking about that on the 50 acres down below, you're proposing 70 houses.
We're not proposing 70 houses, no.
Okay.
We're telling you that it's currently zoned single-family 12,000.
Mhm.
And we've taken and eliminated 30 some, I'm just using rough numbers now, okay? Not, I mean, if it's 31, 30, whatever. We're removing that density from the 50-acre parcel and including it in the 30-acre parcel. That means that the 50-acre parcel can never be what it is today, which is 100 units.
Okay, but what you're saying, and this is the part that I really need to understand, is that in order to do the 1710, you had to look at both parcels and reverse this to the north parcel so you could get the 71 units. And then down below you had 70 units reserved, right? And then taking out a tenant, because
We have the same net number of houses as the current zoning permits.
Okay, and what is the same net?
132.
Okay, 132 minus the 61 minus the other 2 is how much?
69.
Okay, so 70. That's right. It's kind of coming up with 70. Okay, so are you saying that the remaining 70 would be clustered on the remaining parcel after you take the 10 acres out, which would increase the density of the southern parcel even more than what we have up on top?
Right, and that is what
Okay.
the ordinance promotes, the clustering for the preservation of open space, as any PUD does as well.
I get that, but we're not doing a PUD because we'd be doing things
Correct.
differently. So the question that I'm asking is, if we're taking this, 10 acres out, essentially, why shouldn't we be reducing the development by 20%?
Well, let's just not take the 10 acres out then.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to get a feel for this because I'm looking at this 10
We-
acres is why it was put out here
we-
and then having it bring back. But then if let's say everybody went ahead and did our handshake agreement and agreed to it and all the board of supervisors said yes and we put in the deed restriction, now we end up with 68 houses clustered on a smaller piece of property, which has now been reduced by 10 acres, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you. Vern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to maybe take a step back a bit here and ask Heather a question having to do with what's the master plan designation for the property where the 61 lots are proposed? You know that off the top of your head?
I don't, but I can look at the staff report and find that for you.
Okay, because I'm just thinking is that, use the master plan to kind of guide where we want to go with our community as a whole, and of course, the zoning implements it. So we haven't had any discussion about that larger picture, so I was just curious what that might be.
Okay, so looking at the zoning, the master plan designations for the property have the same alignment. So the northern portion is low-density residential, which allows for up to 3 dwelling units per acre. And the lower portion is medium-density residential, which allows for 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre.
All right, I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners? Okay. Any questions of the applicant? Okay. Is this commission ready to make a proposal? Oh, we can have a discussion, you bet. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, nope, I don't. I'm good.
I'll give it a go here. And I appreciate all the time that you guys have put into this and this transition of one part of the code to another that you got caught in. And for, those in the public who didn't understand that. They did this application under that, and it's still an active application. So it's my understanding it'll be the last one that we see under that. And the mechanism by which we look at residential development now will be plan unit development or subdivision, which is 1705. Subdivision is just carve up the lots according to the zoning, and you know, there's no trails or anything, there's no open space, it's just carving up the lots. Plan unit development is different and actually does allow for higher density in areas because it requires, I think, a minimum of 25 or 30% open space, public open space there. And you know, Solar Oak's the classic example of that. That said, here's my opinion. I'll just lay it out here. You know, although I think you made some changes here that did address some things and certainly clarified things better, I don't think that really, in my opinion, you met some of the criteria of item 6 there that I was concerned about. The open space is stranded in a bunch of narrow trails. You know, I think I would have looked at this as trying to come up with one trail through there instead of a circle of trails. So I can't find that finding. The cultural resources, you know, and with your offer tonight, which I think was very generous, which would address some of that, I just find to be too unresolved, and it's not part of this parcel here because we're not doing the entire parcel at the same time, the entire 80 acres. So I can't quite get there with that because there's too many unanswered questions on conservation easements and so forth. But as this parcel does get developed, and I think Mr. Gallagher, you know, said it well, realization that it is going to get developed, and I do believe that because it is private property and they do have the right to develop it. Everything else is around it has been developed. So, I mean, if there can be something under a different development code that can be done, you know, to save some of those resources of cultural resources of that ranch, it would be great. You know, it's a big enough parcel, in my opinion, to where it should have some kind of cluster in it, and it's not. It's just basically the same 1/3 acre lots. It does meet the master plan. You're right there with that as far as the density goes. And, you know, I think we missed something on protection of the natural resources. And to me, the natural resources is Ash Canyon Creek. And although you've put a trail there, I think it's pretty narrow, and it's basically, you know, could have been something a lot nicer to highlight that, because it is you know, a lot of habitat for animals, and it's pretty narrow the way you have designed it here. So I mean, I'm going to vote against this. But I, you know, think that, you know, you guys have put an effort into it, and I would, you know, however this thing comes out, whether, you know, whether it ends up moving forward or not, I think it should be done as a PUD with the entire parcel going into the future. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Commissioner Borders?
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Heather and the work that she did with the staff in presenting this to us. I think they did a really good job. To the applicant, thank you very much. You all were responsive, and I appreciate that. To the public, I was pleasantly surprised. Well, maybe I shouldn't be, but I was encouraged in the thoughtfulness and the ability of the community to put their thoughts down on a piece of paper in our earlier, you know, stuff that we received, plus the comments tonight. And it really helps not being called a dirty something or other every 5 minutes to your ego. And I appreciate the whole discussion that we had tonight. And I think that maybe we can be civil and agree and or disagree and then continue on. I still feel like this project is unfinished. it's a really nice piece of property, but I cannot make finding number 6 either because of the way it's designed and the fact that it's not, we've got so many things on a wish and a prayer. If this thing was all put together as a 80-acre project with all of these things put into it, with the 9 acres for the house and for the 500 footprint for the extra residents and the traffic flow that made sense to get from both Kings Canyon and Ormsby all the way through to Manhattan and West Washington. If this thing was done and I'm not sure what it looks like, but it needs to look like something that it's not yet. It's a start, but it's not yet. And I agree with Commissioner Perry that this is a beautiful piece of land to be developed, and it should be developed. I just don't know that this is going to do it for me. So that's I apologize, but I think that's where I have to stay.
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record. Thank you, Chair. To the applicant, I appreciate you addressing the access to the south lot for emergencies, but I do still agree that number 6 is not met, and I'm not going to be able to make that finding. I'm having a hard time, so it can be on the record for Hope and the supervisors, but I'm having a hard time applying the density to the north lot with no plans for the south lot. And I think Commissioner Border said it best, kind of like a wing and a prayer or a hope and a prayer as to what might be done with that in the future. So I will not be able to vote in favor of this.
Mr. DeChristopher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've already said my piece early on, but I just wanted to also thank the city staff. They've been extremely helpful. I do appreciate that the applicants came here and addressed the findings. Appreciate the public comments. I do not see that we have met finding 6. But what I like about this process, I know there's going to be some happy, some unhappy, but this is kind of what it's all about, working through the community, trying to figure out what we're going to do with Carson City as a whole. And I think we still have, this might actually be a starting point, opposed to, it might just be the end of this project as you're currently pitching it, but it doesn't mean it has to be the end of ongoing conversation.
Commissioner Cron?
Yeah, I want to thank the applicant too. I thought the presentation was well. Mark, I always have appreciated your approach to things. And I've appreciated the community. Again, sometimes just getting new at this, like Commissioner DeChristopher, I'm kind of new here at this particular side of things. And so, I wasn't quite sure what to expect, with the Anderson property. When I was on city staff, I had to go through the whole opportunity on the other side with the development of the Anderson property. So anyway, so this has been a new experience for me. And also, like Commissioner DeChristopher, I spent a lot of time looking at the last Planning Commission meeting on videos, reading things. And one of the things that stood out to me is out of the Carson City Board of Supervisors minutes that I'll read to you quick. Mayor Bagwell reiterated her recommendation to return the proposed revision to the Planning Commission and noted that they work extremely hard to get to yes. And I believe we do, but I can't get to yes on 6. I'm just like the other commissioners. I just can't get there. That density transfer, you're going from 30 to 60, and that one lady up here was saying, probably rightly so, when you throw in roads, you're not going to get to 30, you'll get to 24 or 25 out of that. And now you've got 61 lots up there. So I can't get there. Although I do think it maybe was a little unfair with the public coming up and saying nothing has changed. I don't think that was true. I think the developer tried to address the fire safety issues. I thought they did a good job of showing that they do have 2 accesses out. So thank you for that. I think the road design was a lot better on Ormsby Drive than what it was originally. So I think they made a reasonable attempt But just like a lot of the other commissioners, I can't get to yes on 6. It's just the density transfer, and we keep talking about this southern parcel like it's a mysterious parcel, but so much has relied on that particular, the open space, the 9.9 acres, and now we have access issues, and why can't we put the creek into it as an amenity? And so you keep talking about this as a ghost piece of property, but it really isn't. I tend to agree with the other commissioners. We really should look at this holistically. If you're going to be transferring densities and transferring open space and creating open space, it should be under one plan. And I think the community has an opportunity to weigh in on that. So I will vote no on this as well.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. I've got to say, the public, most impressive performance yet. You guys know how to do some research, and I believe that it's been a big change for a lot of minds with this project and concerning of moving the density. That was the first thing on my mind, and of course I knew it was going to be brought up multiple times. I don't want to continue on this. So the ditto talk seems to be the fast track here for me. I think everything's been said already that could be said about this project, and it's a definite no for me. The findings, 6 is the easy one to point out for why it fails to meet that standard. And I just want to, say that to echo more thoughts. This isn't finished. It's got some work that needs to be done before it can be approved for many reasons, including the wellness of the community, which is the foremost important one to me. So it's as simple as that. I appreciate everyone's time here. It's been a long night. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to echo my fellow commissioners. This property is a hallmark piece of property, period. It has been, I've lived in this area since, good Lord, would you believe, over 60 years. And since I've been in this community, I've walked this property and so forth too. And I think the one thing that I'm really concerned about is that right now I'm still heartbroken about Anderson Ranch. I feel that it should be clustered, and I'm sure that there was a lot of people at the time that didn't understand that vintage would have been a heck of a lot better. And so I look at that, and which is kind of a back thing. But at the same point is, without having that other acreage actually platted and actually a commitment, it is difficult to do the top acreage. In fact, it's something that I cannot do because I cannot meet finding 6. And I think that's basically a consensus.
Ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. I move to recommend denial of tentative subdivision map SUB 2022-0374 to the Board of Supervisors based on the inability to make finding number 6.
I'll second.
Okay, you seconded? Yeah. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Charles did. Okay, any opposed? Okay, it passes as a denial. Don't we have to do one more public comment?
Yes.
Okay, excuse me. Okay. Excuse me, we're not finished yet. Okay, all right, is there any more public comment before we adjourn? Put up the public comment, I can have staff answer.
We don't know.
Question was, when will this Anderson Ranch come before the Board of Supervisors?
Please state your name for the record, too.
This is Carrie Ingbar.
I believe staff can get that before the Board of Supervisors by the second meeting in May. Yeah.
Courtney Gallagher for the record. I just want to thank you guys for your time tonight. I know that these meetings are long. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for your consideration and your thoughtfulness. We appreciate it very much.
Okay, Commissioners, is there any?
Madam Chairman, can I move now that we adjourn?
Okay, if there okay, you're going to second it? We're done? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.